economic recovery. It said the government has put in place proper mechanisms aimed at improving the country's economic situation. President Ruto said the delay on payment of salaries for civil servants should not be construed to mean that the country was not moving in the right direction. He said the salaries issue was under control. The head of state said his administration would not continue the old ways of borrowing money to spend on recurrent expenditure. He said the government will use the revenue collections on recurrent expenditure, including salaries. He praised the efforts being made by the Kenya Revenue Authority on collection of taxes. And Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki will be the first minister in President William Ruto's administration to appear before the National Assembly plenary today, this afternoon, to answer questions asked by members of the House. Kindiki will be responding to, among others, a question by Gilgil MP Martha Wangari, who sought to know this shortage of birth registration materials, that is also known as B1 forms, in health facilities across the country. Questioned by Mandera South MP Abdul Haro, who wants to know the progress of the establishment of civil registration centers in every sub-county in the country. CS Kindiki will also be answering a question by Kirinyaga Central MP Joseph Gitari, who asked to know the outstanding warrants of arrest from Kagumo Police Post against a certain individual, as well as the emergence of criminal gangs or groups affiliated with the terror groups in the country. In making the communication, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said he will be making announcements every Thursday on which CS will be appearing before the plenary. And the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party led by Raila Odinga is now set to embark on holding countrywide public barazas and town hall meetings following the suspension of anti-government protest earlier this month. In a statement, chairperson of the Azimio Executive Council, Wycliffe Oparanya, said the forums will provide an opportunity for the coalition to explain to Kenyans their next course of action in regards to the issues affecting the country. The first town hall meeting is scheduled to be held in Nairobi Thursday, April 13th. Oparanya further announced the appointment of Senior Counsel Dr. Tiende Amolo to be the chairman of the 7-member team of negotiators agreed on last week. The Azimio coalition called off its weekly anti-government protest to allow for a bipartisan engagement with the government on several demands, among them lowering the cost of living. The Odinga coalition is also demanding the opening of an audit of the IEBC Electoral Commission servers, protection of the letter and spirit of the fidelity and multi-party democracy, as well as adherence to the principle of inclusivity in appointment of civil servants. The government and the opposition have since appointed 7-member team to spearhead their conversations, even as both sides stand firm on the basis of the engagement. And British troops who commit murder on Kenyan soil might have to answer for their crimes in a Kenyan court if recommendations by parliamentary committee are adopted. The recommended changes to the Defence Cooperation Agreement between Kenya and the UK, which were debated by the National Assembly, now await ratification. The proposed change was sparked by the alleged murder of Agnes Wanjiru by a British soldier in Nanyuki over a decade ago. The president-setting move could now bring justice to the families of victims like hers. MP Nelson Okoye, chairman of the Defence and Foreign Relations Committee, says host nations should be in a position to make sure that anyone adheres to the rules and regulations of the land.
It behoves the host nation to make sure that anyone we've signed an agreement with strictly is made to adhere to the rules and regulations of the land, whether it is the county government regulations or the constitution of this country. Such cases of murder, runaway murder, degradation of the environment will not happen if officers for Kenya were training in the UK, for instance. We should not allow that to happen in our soil.
Minority Leader Opiyo Ndai added that the matter of Wanjiru's death is very traumatic and which should be tried locally.
Crime is crime, and murder is a crime. And therefore, we cannot exempt murder among those crimes or criminal acts that the host nation is required to try. When you commit murder, Madam Speaker, in a host nation, that host nation must have the jurisdiction to try you.
And Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has proposed tough regulations that, if passed into law, will see livestock rustlers imprisoned for life. In his proposed bill on prevention of livestock and produce theft bill, the second-term senator wants offenders found guilty of using violence in the cause of stealing livestock to be sentenced to life imprisonment as their punishment. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
What traffic? There's no traffic. No, not at all. The roads are looking all right. In fact, so you know the notorious one, Thika Superhighway. If Thika Superhighway is not having issues, well, there's some just slight delays at Pangani interchange, but then thereafter it moves. Outer Ring Road, Manyanja Road is moving. Makadara on Jogo Road is okay. And also Jogo Road at City Stadium roundabout, there's some issue, but it's moving. Let's see how it'll be looking like in about half an hour, shall we?
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in
10
punching
minutes
up,
after 6.
not
Good
down.
morning, and how are you
This-
doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Wednesday, CT Muga.
Good morning, Eric Latif, and happy Wednesday to you as well. Yes.
You had a good Tuesday.
Tuesday is good, man. Tuesday is good.
Okay.
Yes.
Mine too.
Today's Wednesday, though. But,
Our sister Ndu is still away. She actually traveled yesterday.
she did.
Arrived in Abuja yesterday. Yeah, she'll be there, spending time with close family and enjoying the rejuvenation that
very
comes with
important.
that. It's very, very important.
Ni muhimu bwana, ni muhimu sana bwana.
Important, Ile. Important.
It's extremely important. A change, as they say, is as good as a rest.
Kabisa. Kabisa. Please rest up, Ndu. She'll be back, God willing, next week. Otherwise, Sisi, tuko sawa. It didn't rain overnight. Hey, I was waking up in the middle of the night wondering, okay, can I hear the rain?
No, it didn't rain, but the day before it rained for today.
Yeah, that one was
That rain was for the next 3 days.
for the rest of the week.
Yes, Kabisa. So that even if it doesn't rain between now and next week, we are good. But it rained. They didn't rain yesterday. The only thing is now we enjoy a little cold.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your body is not enjoying that little cold, right?
No, my body doesn't like... You know, this is a really strange thing, okay? There was a time my body really loved, whether it's a cold or hot weather. Now, if I'm to be precise, it is my limbs that don't like the cold. I like the cold. Mentally speaking, cold weather, I like. But what it does to my body, God almighty.
That's where the issues are.
That's what the issues are. There's this communication breakdown somewhere. My brain approves, my limbs do not approve at all. They can't find a certain common ground to understand and agree.
They can't see why.
Yes, exactly. And when my limbs disagree, they do so painfully. So,
They speak out.
they shout out, man. They shout out. And sometimes they even hinder my mobility. So,
Hey, Pole Bwana, you keep warm. Keep warm, my brother. Everybody, let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. So at 7 a.m., we'll be joined by two people from the judiciary because we want to talk about resolution of banking disputes through mediation. Now, banking disputes. Eh? What are those? Banki imekula pesa yako. Ama banki imekutumia pesa ya mtu mwingine.
usually, uko na deni ya bank.
Kuna deni ya bank.
Yes. Na wewe
That is it. Umekula pesa ya bank.
umekula pesa ya bank wamekupatia. Sasa wewe badala ya kulipa unaleta Kiswahili.
Uko na
Na unajua hii bank sasa wao pia na interest zao. That one. Then when the argument seems to turn against you, you throw in COVID.
Sasa kama hawaelewi mambo vile
COVID.
maisha iko. Cost of living.
Cost of fuel. In fact, school fees.
Ukraine. Yeah.
Now, sasa, what am I supposed to do? And then maandamano. You didn't see?
Yeah. I mean, it's affected business. Well, so to have that discussion with us, we'll be joined by the presiding judge of the Commercial and Tax Division of the High Court, the Honorable Justice Alfred Mabea, who will be here with Nora Nyeri Ongwenyi, who is an accredited mediator. Both of them will be joining us at 7 a.m. for that discussion at 8 o'clock. So both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza have now named their 7 members each to the 14-member bipartisan talks committee. Now it's full systems go. But then there are people who are saying, this thing, I don't trust it. One of them is Dr. Ekuru Aukot, who is a party leader of the Third Way Alliance, who says he's smelling a rat in this whole thing. This, according to him, is a plot to revive the BBI. With this whole, let's have bipartisan. He says it's BBI. He'll be joining us at 8 o'clock to tell us why he thinks that. And then we still continue about the delayed salaries. We were talking yesterday inside the Union of Civil Servants and the County Workers Union have talked to the Central Organization of Trade Unions, telling them, you know what, Us guys, we are contemplating downing our tools.
We are industrial action.
We are thinking about that. Now, the Deputy Secretary General of KOTU is called Benson Okwaro. He joins us at 9 a.m. for that conversation. Delayed salaries. Is it time unions started setting the agenda? Keep it here for that and more. It's 6:15. The live stream is up on YouTube, Spice FM KE. Now, our YouTube page is actually Spice FM, and our Facebook page is also Spice FM. Go there, find us live streaming, and then you can go to the comment section and tell us where you tuned in from. Also, tag us on Twitter at Spice FM KE. We'll do the usual shout outs after we take a look at the weather forecasts.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Are you looking for your dream home or the perfect plot of land to build on? Look no further than Digger Real Estate, the e-commerce site for all your real estate needs. From cozy apartments to sprawling estates, we have a wide selection of houses for rent and for sale. And if you're looking to build from scratch, we have prime plots of land available for purchase. Don't settle for anything less than your ideal home. Head to realestate.digger.co.ke today to start your search. Digger Real Estate, where your dream home becomes a reality.
Can you dig it?
Okay, it's a partly cloudy morning in Nairobi. Current temperatures at 16. Mombasa, mostly clear skies at 26. Malindi, partly cloudy at 28. Kisumu, mostly clear at 19. Nyeri, 14 and clear. Nakuru, 14 and also clear. Kisumu, no, Kakamega, mostly clear at 12 and Eldoret, mostly clear at 16. Kampala, partly cloudy at 19. Johannesburg, clear at 10. Dar es Salaam, mostly clear at 25. Lagos, mostly cloudy at 26. Kinshasa, light rains at 24. London, cloudy, cloudy and windy. In fact, there's a wind alert in London, 7 degrees Celsius. New York, mostly cloudy skies at 19. And Paris, rain showers with another wind alert there in Paris, 10 degrees.
Chilled Spice.
Okay, at 18 minutes after 6, let me tell you who's online and who's saying hello to all of us. David Mogaka, good morning. Babadogo, Nairobi, tuko pamoja. Boita Aradi, good morning, tuned in as well. Benson Mumo, good morning. Timothy Ngaira, good morning, tuned in from Kitale. Joseph Kimnyango, niko ndani kama kawa nikiwa Milimani, Kitale. Mwalimu Dominic Cheriot, Kaptarakwa, Elgeyo Marakwet County, good morning, tuned in. Southset area in Bondet, Tony Rono, eyewitness, also inside. John Wakiriaine is tuned in from Kiriaine. Karis Baba Chris, good morning. Gong Racecourse is tuned. Richie Jose is in Nax City, also tuned. Dr. Henry Ochoki tuned in from Itibo in Kisii County. Itibo City in Kisii County. Tom Rez locked in from Vihiga County as well. Mombasa Kisaoni is where Alhaji Fashions is and says good morning, streaming live. Daniel Munyangane Ilahalwa Ahudo, good morning, Erican City. Remind Ndu to bring yams for City. Yeah, tuned in from Eldoret. Yeah, we're sending that message to her straight away. Nikondakas from Oyugi's area. Pass my greetings to my mom, Hulda Adhiambo. This is Seth Odiwor Owiti. Okay, Mama Seth Odiwor Owiti. Umesalimiwa na Seth Odiwor Owiti. Jerry Nthenya, Roy Ward, Choka, Kasarani, Nairobi. Well tuned in this morning. There's a place called Choka in Kasarani. Do you know that?
No, I have just learnt about it today. In fact, I've just learnt about it right now.
It's called Choka in Kasarani. Higher. There's a place called Roy Sambu. Why is it called Roy Sambu? Who's Roy Sambu?
Somebody once explained it to me, to be honest, but I've forgotten. What I do know, okay, just like with the areas of Donholm, that was one huge farm at some point. Okay, one big farm. And then come independence and what followed thereafter, we know. It was divvied up. People owned large tracts still, but others owned smaller pieces. But why Roy Sambu, the name, I cannot tell you. Yes.
There's a transport company called Roy Sambu.
There's a transport company called Roy Transport.
Roy Transporters, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and they had a big operation center around this area of Roy Sambu.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Maybe the same principles.
It's possible.
Masinde Brian is in Roy Sambu, and he says good morning to us. Atieno Jermaine Jackson, good morning, 254-042 is locked loud and clear. The biggest conversation in the land. Good day, the favorite trio. Okay, asante sana. Roslyn Nana, Nyaki West, Meru North. Tuned in. It's a cold morning here. Have a lovely day. Nyaki West in Meru North. Hiya. Karibu sana, everybody. Thank you for tuning in and welcome to the biggest conversation city. The Proverbs.
We're still in the country of Mali. Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
That doesn't sound like a proverb. It sounds like a sermon.
Okay, let me start with the sermon proverb. Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
And this is Paul's letter too?
This is Paul's letter to the Kenyans.
Truth is what again?
Is only available to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
Only when you question what you've been taught do you actually come across truth.
Yes, truth doesn't lie in you accepting what you've been taught.
Don't just accept things at face value.
No. What you do is you receive the information and say, okay, fine, I've heard it now. What about this? How about this? Where to for this? Then you might arrive at the truth. But sometimes the truth was there long, even before you questioned. So I guess the questioning is just to ascertain.
It's for you to ascertain.
Yes.
For you to get deeper into what you're being told. All right, that is poignant. It's a poignant one. Shall we look at the headlines?
Yes, please.
Atimandlaha Kemboi says Roy Sambu is royal suburbs.
Well, it's a thought, isn't it?
Roy Sambu is royal suburbs.
Possible.
Kuna.
It's possibility.
Pana buena. Are there any royal suburbs on that side? Hiya, let's look at the headlines. Oh, the Standard. What's the front page of the Standard this morning? Playing hardball. Kenya Kwanza Alliance rejects key Raila Odinga demands and declares that negotiations will only be centered around the constitution of the IEBC, takes a hardline stance claiming blackmail and intimidation, even as Azimio announces a return of public engagements. They're calling them public engagements. Umeshika hiyo?
Mimi nimeshika.
Yeah, so the two teams have now been constituted. Kenya Kwanza, after their parliamentary group meeting yesterday, came up with their 7 members, Aidan Kainan of Jubilee, and Jubilee is what? It's an Azimio party.
Jubilee is an Azimio party.
But Aidan Kainan, the Jubilee MP, is among those who will be representing Kenya Kwanza in the talks.
It would be a big surprise, but it is Kenya. So since we are
it's
in
bipartisan. It's
bipartisan.
Does
this get more bipartisan, my friend? Does it get more bipartisan than this?
Okay. The other small headline here. Radical changes to see CSs face MPs in Parliament. After the 2010 Constitution kept the executive out of Parliament, MPs went and amended the rules of the House that will now see Interior CS Kithure Kindiki become the first minister to appear on the floor of Parliament this afternoon to answer questions. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Other small headlines. The ghosts of Uhuru's BBI are now haunting Mount Kenya leaders. Several Mount Kenya leaders have revived the talk of one person, 1 shilling, 1 vote, 1 man, 1 shilling, that whole story. So they're saying this is the ghost of BBI that's back to haunt them. KRA's new excise tax system. Tough times ahead for Bola Tinubu, the president-elect of Nigeria. The Business Daily. Why investors are hesitant to lend broke government. Investors are unwilling to lend the government billions of shillings in a push for higher interest rates amid a cash squeeze that has seen the state delay payment of civil servant salaries. Only 1 in 4 treasury bonds offered this year have met their target, with the latest issue raising a measly 3.57 billion shillings against a target of 20 billion shillings. Why? Government went to the market. They were looking for 20 billion shillings. And the market could only sanya pesa kidogo hapa na pale kidogo 3.57 billion shillings. A performance of 17 billion. It's not a far cry
from a time when they would go seeking money and they'd be spoiled for choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine. What? Higher. So the Business Daily is seeking to explain why investors are kind of hesitant to lend money to a broke government. Higher. Housing. Chinese Qataris deal at the EAPCC flops after loss of 6 billion shilling land. Hey? You know this thing called the East African Portland Cement Company? Eh?
Yes. This one on...
in Athi River, and
this one on Mombasa Road.
Occupies huge tracts of land in Machakos County. Basically, this company is no longer a cement company. It's a real estate hoarder. The state has lost the fight to seize 4,272 acres of land from EAPCC for free. That's derailing plans to build affordable homes in a multi-billion shilling property deal financed by the Chinese and Qataris. The High Court stopped the takeover of the land in Athi River, valued at about 6.4 billion shillings, because the government failed to follow rules that guide compulsory acquisition, including consulting stakeholders like the NSSF, French firm Lafarge, and the Nairobi Boers listed cement manufacturer. Oliver Kirubai, the EAPCC managing director, told Parliament that the court stopped the state's takeover, adding that the cement maker plans to develop a green smart city as it seeks to diversify its earnings via real estate. A green city is an urban enclave that incorporates eco-friendly practices, green spaces, and supporting technology to reduce air pollution. So basically, this project was to be at, you see, when you're heading towards Mombasa, you get to the river. As you get to Green Park, all right, Green Park Estate, after Mtoamawe Bridge, heading towards Daystar interchange. Green Park is on the left.
It's on the left.
And then on the right, that whole huge...
There's land there that just stares at you.
Yeah. After you pass the Gulf Power.
The small dip.
Yes. That's where this one was going to come.
And they wanted to acquire it.
The Green City.
Well, they wanted to possess it.
The government, government says we own Portland. So the government went and started signing deals with the Chinese and Qataris to come and develop this particular project. 4,272 acres. Stakeholders went to court and said, Buana, we were not consulted, Buana. Buana, how can you just come and start without involving us, Buana? So it was halted. But you know what will happen? It will come to pass.
It will come to pass. It will come to pass. But... I dare say, these matters that keep ending up in court afford us continuous learning opportunities. Yes, things that I didn't understand, we now get to understand. But if there is one area in which the freedoms and the rights of citizens keep popping up, it's in our ability and right to go to court and to be heard. And the courts do a good job of giving the petitioners a listening ear. Yeah. It's a good thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And I guess the cases keep increasing because people feel, actually, you will get a hearing. So, in a time gone by, that wasn't quite the case. You hesitated going to court. Because you might take a case and end up being the one who's actually having to answer questions you are not prepared to answer.
Really. Hiya, tell us about the Nation and the Star.
Nation,
Yeah.
right hand side, top kabisa. How digital lender formed WhatsApp group of my family over a 200. Sorry, let me start this again.
This is the
Nation. Top right hand corner in grey. How digital lender formed WhatsApp group of my family over a 25,000 shillings loan. Meaning, somebody borrowed 25,000 shillings from a digital lender. Digital lender hadn't received money. Digital lender got creative. Digital lender decided all family members of this person who had borrowed money and was not paying as they had agreed would know. So, only in Kenya
So digital lender created a WhatsApp group
of his family.
Saidieni mtu yenu kulipa.
Actually, this one is even more. You think what I've told you is funny? Let me just tell you what they did. Now you realize just how funny it actually is.
You'll tell us the other headlines first. This is what I want to hear.
When you hear what they did, my friend, you think you're laughing. You'll laugh even more. Anyway, Ruto rules for talks with Raila. Kenya Kwanza picks team of mediators, including a Jubilee Party MP King Azimio. That story is there. Then, at the bottom, there's a bit of a problem here. Alarm as invasions of private property spreads in the country. This is now, it's like the reflex action after the attack on...
It's like a Me Too movement.
Yes. What happened in Northlands, it looks like it's now spread in Nakuru, Bomet, and Kilifi counties. People are just invading other people's properties willy-nilly. All right. Mobile money registered 20-month low values of transactions due to hard times. Mobile money lenders are not getting, people are not borrowing as they used to. But there's a tragic story on the right-hand side, on the smaller headline. A KU student, an MBA student, was found dead. Yes. So last month. And her boyfriend, apparently, is the one who is now being told to explain and to help police with investigations.
Wow.
Their claims she owed the boyfriend 1 million shillings. Their claims she lived a lifestyle that was beyond her salary of 48,000 because her house was 30,000. It's a long story. Tragic nonetheless, this girl was found dead. Her body thrown somewhere in some primary school. Not even at her house. So somebody killed this girl.
Oh yeah.
The mental health issues that we keep talking about, there is no day we'll have talked about it enough. It is something that has to be dealt with.
Yeah. The Star?
The Star, top right-hand corner, in teal green, why President Ruto and Raila Odinga talks face collapse. That's stories on page 6. Expenditure. He terms Kenya current debt monumental. Ruto, I'll not take loans to pay civil service salaries. The president, however, told civil servants that their delayed March paychecks will hit their bank accounts soon. Okay? Right. You can only take the view that the president knows where the money is going to come from, so the need to take a loan doesn't arise. Okay? So when you hear stories of the government borrowing money, it is not for paying salaries. It's for other things. Okay? Bear that in mind. Now, there's something very tragic that also happened on the left-hand side of the Star. There's a story of a grandmother in Homa Bay, a 64-year-old woman, who was killed in the goriest of manner. Her eyes were gouged out, her hair shaved, then they cut off her head.
Aye.
And then, I haven't finished, stripped naked and left bleeding to death. Now, that one boggles the mind completely. Yep. Yeah. Mental health yet again.
That's a big one.
It's a big one. Then there's a small headline, sacrifice. According to a researcher at Kenyatta University, they say the civil service only has 24% of its members being women. But of this 24%, 60% of these women in the civil service are not married. Meaning they have sacrificed family life to seek the furtherance of their careers. Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Time for that break then at 25 minutes to 7. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Dikush says Roy Transporters has nothing to do with Roy Sambu, apparently. According to Dikush, Roy stands for Rahimtullah Omar Yakub, the founder of that company, whose roots are in Meru.
Okay.
It's not possible that Roy is partnered with Sambu, Dikush.
No. I think Roy Transport probably located there long after Roy Sambu had been Roy Sambu.
After Roy Sambu had become Roy
It
Sambu.
had been Roy Sambu a long time ago.
Okay.
Because Roy Sambu, I remember, existed even in the days when I was a student at Kenyatta University College. Yes. So, and Roy Transport Company, just the other day here.
Okay. Time for that break. Back shortly. Let's take a look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Let's start with the usual notorious ones. Thika Superhighway, it begins at KCA University coming towards Muthaiga, and then after that it clears into Pangani. So it's okay. Kiambu Road is only busy around that interchange. So Kiambu Road, for now, it's fine. Jogoo Road, Makadara, going all the way towards Hamza, Makadara, and then you go into City Stadium roundabout. That is busy. Manyanja Road is moving okay for now. Kangunda Road is busy as you come to meet Outer Ring Road, but the rest of it is fine. Juja Road is only busy at the interchanges and where the matatus usually decide to best pick passengers from. Mombasa Road is good. Langata Road is good. Ngong Road is good. Let's see how it will be looking like at 7.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
The digital money lenders.
Right. This is a story that you'll want to hear.
Yes, please.
Yes. When Michael took a loan from an online digital lending app to pay his siblings' school fees and lend his parents some upkeep money, he underestimated the lengths to which the loan sharks would go to recover the money. It begins in March 16th, when Michael applied for 25,000 shillings loan from White Path Limited, an online app. He was in need of a quick fix to assist his family. It wasn't the first time he was borrowing using this app, and he never defaulted on his previous loans, he says. He boosted his credit. Michael was meant to repay the loan by March 27th. However, the 25th, he started receiving calls from employers of White Path as early as 7:30 a.m., and the calls went on until 8:30 p.m. And the story goes on. Now, the highlight of this story was once the WhatsApp group had been formed.
So who created the WhatsApp group?
The
digital lender.
The digital lender.
And put in members of
His
Michael's family.
Usually, when you apply for this, there's some fundamental information that you're supposed to give, and it involves family members, next of kin. You write, so they have their contacts and they know who these people are.
But how many do you give? You'll only give one, I thought.
I don't know, but I do know that I can speak from the point of view of a bank.
So let's even say that maybe you put in one and then you put some guarantors, sort of, right? There'll be like, 3 or so guarantors. Endelea.
All right. Let me just explain something. One of the things about these mobile apps, when you apply, one of the things they ask you to do is to give them permission to access your phone book. Yes, they do. Remember when we had this conversation sometimes back? Yes, they do.
Access your phone book?
Yes, they seek permission to be able to access your phone book. But so if you give them permission, then they will have the numbers of anybody they want.
Okay, I will continue this story.
All right. On March 27th, the loan was due. The messages came more sinister. Now, listen to this. I received a call from a friend of mine asking me why I wanted to kill myself. I was confused, so I asked why she was asking that. She sent me a screenshot of somebody purporting to be me saying I wanted to kill myself if I didn't receive help to offset my loan because I was a serial defaulter. They listed my full name, ID number, and they attached my photographs, and they pulled which they pulled from my WhatsApp profile. They then added my family members, my colleagues, and one to a group and forwarded the same message, and I pleaded with them to stop, but they formed more groups, says Michael. The messages took a dark turn. The agents told Michael they would put him in hospital if he would not pay that same thing, and that something would happen to him. The messages from the agent, pretending to be Michael, saying he intended to take his life, particularly affected his father. How do you explain to your father that you did not want to kill yourself? It broke my psyche to the extent that I could not go to work. That day, everyone looked at me differently. A loan defaulter who was planning to kill himself. Even those whom I tried to explain the situation to did not believe me. It drove me into depression, Michael adds. A number of Michael's contacts were angry about the fact that the company was now relentlessly calling them, saying that Michael had listed them as a referee. They lashed out at him, believing he had shared their private information and dragged them into this mess.
So, of course, the family thinks you're the one who gave out our number.
Yes, but actually you didn't. The mistake you made was when they say, give us money, permission to access, you pressed permission granted. Now, permission granted, this is what it leads to. They have access to every phone number you have, every contact.
What kind of app is this that then, what?
Well, yes, this is the story. This White Path Limited can call us and explain to us and tell us that what we're saying is actually not true and explain to us.
So did the story reach out to them? According to this, did the writer of the story?
No. They are under investigation for sharing borrowers' confidential data in pursuit of loan default. Yes, they are under investigation.
That's true. The data commissioner actually has done something to them. In fact, let me just read that statement from the data commissioner, because this is the company, right? Then the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has issued 2 penalty notices against Whitepath Company Limited and Rigas Kenya. Whitepath failed to comply with an ODPC's enforcement notice of 10th January this year, and Rigas was non-cooperative and failed to respond to a notification of complaint. So they're saying that Whitepath has now been given, Whitepath staff have been harassing the complainants and their contacts irregularly obtained from the complainant's phone books. On the other hand, the complainant against, that's the other now of Rigas, alleged frequent spamming of automated improper information. So these guys were actually accessing the phone book.
Yes.
And then using that information.
Yes, they were.
Ameenda sana bwana. Aish.
Actually, according to Section 2 of the Data Protection Act of 2019, data controller who, without a lawful excuse, discloses personal data in this manner is incompatible with the purpose for which such data was given commits an offense. The data was given for one reason.
Yeah, because, they'll ask you, can we access your phone book? Just, for other purposes. But now, not to start contacting those people and creating WhatsApp groups and then starting to spread malicious information. Huyu mtu atajua. Musipolipa hii pesa. Huyu hafiki jioni.
Yep. Now you tell me.
That is crazy.
It's absolutely mad, actually.
That's a crazy one. That's a crazy one. So, well, the commissioner has issued the notices. Let's see how far this goes.
Yes, let's.
Yeah, also good to hear from the side of White Path and here. Okay, so what was I thinking? Or maybe there was another a part also on their terms and conditions that maybe Michael had not seen. We shall create WhatsApp groups. We shall contact people in your contact in case you have not sent us money to ask them where you are.
That's all I can say.
It's crazy. As we prepare to give us that other very, very disturbing story of the woman who was decapitated, let me tell you about what's happening in Mount Kenya. In what has reawakened the aspirations of the BBI, some parliamentarians from Mount Kenya are now rooting for equitable distribution of revenue through the one man, one vote, 1 shilling formula. BBI was seeking to end the conflict over national resources by using population as the main parameter in allocation, insisting that the region has been producing over 30% of national revenue. The MPs are saying allocation of resources should henceforth be based on population. We're going to have Gathoni Mushomba, the MP for Yodongori, into the studio this morning to explain to us their thinking about this. But unfortunately, she's been taken ill. She has a cough, so she'll not be able to join us. We'll get her sometime. Speaking during a Thanksgiving for Juja MP George Koimburi at the Toro Primary School, the leaders underscored the need to review the revenue distribution formula to ensure equity. For example, this is what George Koimburi says. Allocation to my constituents for the bursary kitty is 40 million shillings. And I'm supposed to share this with over 70,000 applicants. Now do your math and tell me how much each will receive. After cooking supper for their kids, parents rush to where forms will be issued. They queue until 4 a.m. when we start issuance of the bursary forms. According to Roiro MP Simon Kingara, he said the allocation is similar to MPs with less than 5,000 beneficiaries, saying the number of needy students is increasing as more families struggle to cope in the harsh economy compounded by drought. Last Monday, James Atanga died after a stampede at CDF Hall in Githurai as parents scrambled for the bursaries. 5 others were admitted at various hospitals in Kiambu, one unconscious, while several other people suffered minor injuries. While calling for equity, Ayala MP Maina Karobia called on parliamentarians to push for law enforcement to have a fairer revenue sharing formula entrenched in the constitution. This conversation, what gets to me is the fact that it's mostly pegged towards bursary. Bursary is to pay for school fees. Okay? In this country, we have 100%, we have free primary education and free day secondary education. Right? Now, with all that, why then do we say, like, for example, this is one MP, George Koimburi, who says 40 million shillings in his constituency goes to bursary. So it's basically pegged at around 30% of the CDF. Okay? So let's say 40 million shillings times 290 constituencies. How much money is that? Why does it have to go to MP so the MP can dish out CDF? Why don't you just take it to school?
That one, you and I both know the problems with that. Because when it comes to capitation, we have seen non-existent schools receiving money. We've also seen students who don't exist being allocated money. So
even in CDF, we've had the same thing.
I agree. But you see, you will localize the problem now to that MP because the money was given to you. And if you were to do an audit, in my mind, we know.
But
what am I?
Sorry,
go ahead.
The issue here is it is financing education.
It is.
It is not financing children. It's financing education. If we have a policy that says we have free primary and free day, and we're even going to extend that free day into even free boarding, and there's a lot of money that's going into even boarding schools, why then do we put in another pressure line and a pressure source here and say children must also raise money to come and pay school fees?
If you ask me, the question you raise is not only valid, it points to the heart of this discussion about education that we keep having, the back and forth. Is there no way of looking at this sum total of money that we are spending throughout the country and ask, how would this money be used so that the intended purpose is actually achieved?
Yeah.
Because if this money is pooled, if it isn't divvied up into so many small units and constituencies, and we said, okay, this region has this number of schools, this is what they have, etc., etc., this is what we need to do. Would that money not go much, much further?
It would.
And achieve the very thing that you wanted to achieve, as opposed to it being divvied up as specific bursaries for a specific child to a specific school. But remember, the bigger purpose of this is what it does for the Mheshimiwa. Okay? And it is the Mheshimiwa and his ilk who then determine how such things are done. So even if there's logic beyond what we currently have, do you see a situation where the Mheshimiwa say, look, folks, we don't need to manage this money? Because it gives them that leg up that they need. It's Mheshimiwa who gives bursary. It is Mheshimiwa you go to get a bursary. It is Mheshimiwa. It revolves around Mheshimiwa, 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 Mheshimiwa.
This is a flawed system. It is completely. You see, for example, let's talk about George Koimburi, who has talked about this, right? 40,000 shillings to divvy up among 70,000 applicants in his constituency. Now, if we look at the statistics, the way they go, a majority of our schools are sub-county schools.
Yes, they are.
Okay? Which means that a majority of these 70,000 applicants are going to schools within Juja constituency.
And most of them will be day schools.
Most of them will be day schools.
Yes.
So why do we need to say that we are financing day secondary school and then we give George Koimburi money so that people can queue, 70,000 of them can queue to ask for 40,000 shillings? What is this?
As I said,
What
the
is
people
this?
who makes the rules, the people who make the rules decide and determine how it is we apply those rules. Okay? And if the rules are of benefit to them, the likelihood of seeing logic beyond that which serves the current purpose will be difficult to push through. Yet, your thoughts and your arguments are sound, because in all honesty, if we are pursuing the education system, you see, remember, a child has parents. Parents have votes.
Yeah.
Okay? So long as those two things are not seen as separate matters, this money will always go to Mheshimiwa. If anything, the argument as we currently hear it is being made by MCAs. They also want the same thing. Okay? Because essentially, beyond it being something that helps learners, it is a slush fund for members of parliament. And if it is given to the county assembly members, it will be a slush fund for county assembly members. Because beyond paying fees, as they say, it is something they do what they will with. Because after all, when you have a committee that's supposed to oversee this, who decides who's in that committee? When you talk about the money you're giving out, it's them who give the report.
They're the ones who do it.
Precisely. Everything just revolves around the Mheshimiwa.
Yes. Then let's look at the other side. Let's look at what you were told is happening in Keharo constituency, in Nyeri, right?
Yes.
He launched a school feeding program. Did he not?
Yes, he did.
And such other. So, if the tuition is catered for by capitation from the Ministry of Education,
yes,
the school fees that these day schoolers are actually paying is going to these normal things like feeding and such, to support feeding and such. Why not just take money directly to the schools and say, I have X number of schools in my constituency, 40 million shillings every year will be going towards these needs? Why
it can
ask
be done.
70,000 people to queue so that you can give each one of them 500 bob?
So that they know it is used given on the 500 bob. That one, my friend, as they say, no brainer. So long as the Mheshimiwa insists on being and feeling his Mheshimiwa, this thing won't go away. The logic that you're talking about will simply not see the light of day.
And now the push then for one man, one vote, 1 shilling is basically so that we can increase the same. That's the same thing BBI was creating an extra 70 constituencies. And the main thing that was being used to drum up support for the 70 constituencies was if you have more constituencies, for example, if you break Mathare into 2, then it means that the CDF that is currently going to Mathare, you'll have double the amount going to Mathare.
If we look at it, what you say is true, but if you consider that those who live in areas where they have large populations and yet the constituency is one, you will find that they actually get the short end of this particular stick. That's one.
When it comes to government dishing out cash.
Yes, you will get the short end of it. So the argument up to that point, before we get into what we're now dealing with, there's logic to it. But the other logic again was, when you create constituencies, among the considerations you have is the population. Okay? And there are places, again, they argue. Remember this argument, by the way, this one, it's a back and forth argument. So, is it the geographical area that they inhabit versus the population that they have? How do you find an equation? How do you come up with a formula that more or less balances this thing for everybody? And then we had the equalization fund. Now we know how that one went, or didn't went.
We know it hasn't gone.
It hasn't gone anywhere. Okay, so and who are the people whom we've given the responsibility of ensuring that these things work? Are they not the very people at the center of the very thing we're discussing? So how far do we think this thing is going to go?
Mheshimiwa, it's just anyway. So Moses Kuria, the CS for Trade, was at that meeting, and he said, "I've listened to what you have said about one man, 1 shilling, but I'd urge you this time, let's not mix issues. First of all, let's deal with Raila Odinga. But I request you to go back to Parliament and push for bursary to be expunged from CDF. Set aside a fund only so that it's divided equally with number of people per constituency. I'll talk to the president about this. So set up a separate fund that goes to the number of people in a constituency that does not now go into CDF. And that's a whole different. Yadhani Mushamba will come here one day and we'll also look for these other people like George Koimburi and others who are proponents of this. Let's understand it.
Yes, that I think and I believe would be the best way to go about this.
Tell us about that story in the Star.
This story is actually on page 3 of the Star.
Okay.
It was a horrific ending for Mama Margaret Auma. Her killers gouged out both her eyes, shaved her head before cutting it off, and left the 64-year-old grandmother naked, her naked body in a bathing shade behind her house. Her body was found lying in a pool of blood. No one knows why Auma was subject to such dumbfounding barbarity. The killers are still unknown. Auma lived with her husband Shadrach Okoyo and their grandchildren in Kabonyo village in Kakagutu sublocation Kabondo Kasipul constituency. It is the grandchildren who discovered the bloodied body and informed their grandfather, who was away in another home. Margaret Auma lived in peace with her neighbors and never had trouble with anyone, the husband said. Okoyo said the murder must have been planned before the execution. He said his wife was humble and did not like controversies. That, my friend, the police boss they've come in, they're looking for people behind the murder. The area assistant chief has come in. People have spoken on the matter, but it's still as vague as they can't figure out who would have done it.
They don't know who did it.
Why they did it.
Why.
Yeah, but usually with such things, this is day one of the story. Believe me, it'll become apparent. Yes.
Details
it always does. It'll become apparent.
The fact is that she's dead and somebody killed her.
Yes. The reason why this particular story is gory is the manner in which she was killed. Yes. Now that, you have to ask, what on earth led these people to do what it is that they did?
Yeah, why go to such great lengths
what is it?
To kill her?
Yes.
Now
this story, it's disturbing. Every time you hear of mental health issues and you think we've understood it, the problem with such discussions, Eric, is this. When you have them often enough, you get to a point where people are numbed. So even when something of this sort happens, it doesn't really touch them. It doesn't really bother them. It's just, another story of someone who has died. And yet it's not another story of somebody who has died. No. It's much, much worse. But it isn't seen in that light.
It isn't. It just, it's even the police who record this, they're so used to seeing these things. They
do. But Eric, if you look at the problems with the police service, they may think they're used to it. This thing gets to you.
It doesn't. You don't get used to this.
No, you appear like you're used to it, but it gets to you. It gets to you. And it manifests itself in the oddest of ways.
Because remember, it's police who will be called.
The ones who are called.
To that crime scene. It's police who are going to come and collect those body parts.
It is them who came. In fact, there's a picture with the one on the Land Cruiser. It is them who always brought it. If that body is decomposing, it is the police.
And they will put it in the back of the Land Cruiser and sit with it.
Now you tell me. Is that not trauma personified?
Okay, time for the news. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life
morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto now says the country is on the right path to economic recovery. He said the government has put in place proper mechanisms aimed at improving the country's economic situation. President Ruto said the delay on payment of salaries for civil servants should not be construed to mean that the country was not moving in the right direction, adding that the salaries issue was under control. The head of state said his administration would not continue the old ways of borrowing money to spend on recurrent expenditure.
Somebody said it is the first time that we are having delayed salaries. Yes, it is the first time we are having delayed salaries. But it's also the first time we are having such monumental debts. We will not continue the old tradition of borrowing money, pay recurrent expenditure, pay salaries. We are going to pay salaries from our own resources. We are going to carry out our recurrent expenditure using our own resources. I want to assure the country that that is managed. We have turned the corner.
Now, Kenyan healthcare unions and societies have threatened to down their tools within 7 days of delayed salaries and non-remittance of statutory deductions. The health workers and professionals have revealed that 40 counties had not paid them, a trend they described as worrying. KMPDU Secretary General Davji Atela says that the few that have managed to pay salaries have reportedly made arrangements with banks for overdrafts and loans.
Healthcare has been considered to be an essential service in every talks of the government, both the national and the county government, but we see that to be different because the healthcare providers are not prioritized. And that's why, as we speak, we have those who work in the independent commissions, the police and the teachers, having not experienced the salary delays that the people in the counties are experiencing. It's a time that the government has to reframe the essential nature of healthcare workers and the essential nature of health service provision.
Through their unions, the healthcare workers regretted that 10 years since the health function was devolved, no proper framework has been established to ensure healthcare services function efficiently and effectively. Atela said they were tired of numerous blame games between the national and county governments concerning finances, drug and equipment acquisition and employment of healthcare workers, which have led to the detriment of the healthcare service delivery.
As we ask this, we want to give a notice and put the county government on notice and the national government on notice that in the next 7 days, if they fail to comply, we are not going to give a strike notice, but each and every county, the healthcare workers will walk out awaiting for the government to react to these issues and pay the salaries as total deductions.
And Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki will be the first CS in President William Ruto's administration to appear before the National Assembly plenary today to answer questions asked by members of the House. Kindiki will be responding to, among others, a question by Gilgil MP Martha Wangari, who sought to know the shortage of birth registration materials, also known as B1 forms, in health facilities across the country. A question by Mandera South MP Abdul Har, who wants to know the progress of the establishment of civil registration centers in every sub-county in the country. CS Kindiki will also be answering a question by Kirinyaga Central MP Joseph Gitari, who asked to know the outstanding warrants of arrest from Kagumo Police Post against a certain individual, as well as the emergence of criminal gangs or groups affiliated with terror groups in the country. In making the communication, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said he will be making announcements every Thursday on which CS will be appearing before the plenary. And Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has proposed tough regulations that, if passed into law, will see livestock rustlers imposed for life. In his proposed bill on prevention of livestock and produce theft bill, the second-term senator wants offenders found guilty of using violence in the cause of stealing livestock to be sentenced to life imprisonment as their punishment. In the regulations, offences related to livestock or produce theft, including stealing livestock or produce, receiving stolen livestock or produce, and entering enclosed land with the intention of stealing livestock or produce, will attract a punishment of imprisonment for not less than 20 years. And British troops who commit murder on Kenyan soil might have to answer for their crimes in a Kenyan court if recommendations by a parliamentary committee are adopted. MP Nelson Koech, chairman of the Defence and Foreign Relations Committee, host nations should be in a position to make sure that anyone adheres to the rules and regulations of the land.
It behoves the host nation to make sure that anyone we've signed an agreement with strictly is made to adhere to the rules and regulations of the land. land, whether it is the county government regulations or the constitution of this country. Such cases of murder, runaway murder, degradation of the environment will not happen if officers from Kenya were training in the UK.
This is News. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
Okay, so let's see how it's looking like. About half an hour ago, the roads were looking okay, apart from Thika Superhighway and Kiambu Road, which had already started building up. Actually, it's improved on Thika Superhighway because now the traffic only stretches as far as the junction with Outer Ring Road, coming towards Muthaiga interchange into Pangani, and then it moves Kiambu Road before you get to DCI. That's where it begins. Jogoo Road is only an issue at Makadara because of those bumps, but then after that it's moving. There's traffic, yes, on the road, but it's moving. In industrial area, Lunga Road is also busy as you get into the junction with the Jogoo Road and Manyanja Road. Manyanja Road itself is also busy. Kangundo Road coming in towards Outer Ring Road is busy. Mombasa Road is not looking bad at all. Langata Road, nothing to report. Ngong Road, nothing to report. What are the other roads that we need to look at? Oh yeah, Juja Road. Juja Road, you know what you expect and you'll get it. That is what is happening on Juja Road. Only at the areas where the matatus are deciding to stop and onboard passengers. Anything else to talk about? Let us know at Spice FM KE on Twitter. Good morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
Good morning,
is
it's
the
8
Situation
minutes after
Room.
7. How you doing?
Only way
Welcome
to
to the
start.
second hour of the Situation Room. We're live on Spice FM, now also live on KTN Home, and live also on YouTube and Facebook. This hour, we want to have a justice conversation, and this is looking at how to resolve disputes, especially banking disputes, but not through the courts, but through mediation. We're joined by two guests in the studio. One of them is the Honorable Justice Alfred Mabea. He's been here before. He's a presiding judge of the Commercial and Tax Division of the High Court. And we also have Nora Nyeri Ongwenyi, who's an accredited mediator. Good morning, Nora. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. So, Judge, the last time you were here, that was the hot seat. You come back, it's still the hot seat.
Yes, please.
Nothing has changed.
Okay. Pleasure.
Our colleague Ndu Oko is away. She's gone to Nigeria to visit her folks and just enjoy some good time to recharge. She usually sits there, Nora. So that is Ndu's seat. See, it's not hot. It's nice, warm, and welcoming. You know, makes you one of us because our colleague sits there. So that is our colleague's seat.
Very warm indeed.
Enjoy. So we want to talk about mediation, especially when it comes to disputes on banking matters. You'll explain this to us, but before we begin, let's hear the day's proverb. City?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the country of Mali. Mali is considered one of the poorest countries on the planet. But it's strange because in an earlier time, but really, really early, around 13 something or the other, it was considered one of the richest countries, not only in Africa, but it boasted the richest man on the planet at that particular point, a gentleman by the name of Mansa Musa. It is said that he went on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and he went with so much gold. He went with 60,000 individuals and caravans of gold that he destabilized the gold market for close to a year simply because of the wealth that he had. But now, Mali happens to be one of the poorest countries in the world. One of the problems it has is, this constant bickering that you hear on this continent, where there's one coup, then there's another coup, and somebody comes in and the other one feels they can rule better than you. That one. Mm-hmm. Okay, proverb for the day. Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught. Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
Judge, I see you nodding your head. Judge, what do you hear from this proverb?
Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question.
Yes.
I tend to agree with it because you'll only be able to get clarity of thought or clarity of a situation if you are inquisitive.
It's about being inquisitive.
Yes.
And Nora, what's your interpretation of it? What do you think the Malians were saying?
I totally agree with Justice. You can only have the clarity once you inquire about what has been taught and even interrogate it further. Yeah.
Makes sense.
It does. Straightforward, isn't it?
So it's pretty straightforward, this one. Okay. So let's get into the conversation. And this is about, disputes and banking disputes. So Judge, let's start with that. What are banking disputes?
Banking disputes, Eric, are disputes which surround banking as an industry. And banking as an industry, now we are talking about taking deposits, giving loans, paying interest on those loans. There is also paying interest on deposits and financial transactions. But the disputes themselves will most likely will arise from especially recoveries, loans lent, and with the banks coming back to ask a pound of their flesh. You've taken a loan of 10 million, you default for one reason or another. There will be many reasons why one will default. There will be disputes as to the documents themselves, the security that created were executed at the time of giving out the loan, and also the process of recovery. So that is the area where you'll find disputes. There will also be those where probably the bank, while it has taken the deposits, it mismanages a client's account and such like scenarios.
Are there many that come before your division of the court?
At the commercial division where we are, I think that is the majority of, especially the recoveries. Even when we come to the areas of insolvencies, liquidations, and receiverships, you'll find that that is the background.
It's about basis. Recovery of facility that was taken.
Yes, the borrowings that were taken by the borrowers, and then the banks now want to recover what belongs to the depositors, because this money does not belong to the bank. It belongs to the depositors out there who have given the bank to retain the money, to have the money and use it for the benefit of course, of the economy, and later on, when required by the depositors, pay back. Now the borrower takes the money and probably is not able to pay back. Those are now the issues and cases that come before us.
What leads them to come to court? It sounds like a straightforward. I mean, you borrowed money, you said you were going to pay, you signed a document, you were going to pay, and if you don't pay, this is what we said we were going to do.
There are many reasons why such disputes now end up at our doorstep. Number one, you'll find that probably somebody borrowed, I'll give an example, of 100 million with a view of starting a project and thinking that there will be enough returns to be able to pay back. The economy being what it is, probably the business does not perform well, and in the process of repayment, one is not able to repay. Eric, this part of the world, when you talk of interest is usually very high. In each and every 100 shillings that a borrower borrows, has to pay back in excess of 14 or 15 shillings.
Yep.
Meaning that what is left for him is 85 to be able to which is not interest. When somebody is not able now to pay back, the bank will require its money back. Now, in the process of asking for the money for the repayment, that is where now you find that the borrower decides, what do I do? I have given security. My property is 120 million. I took a loan of 100 million. I've been able to pay probably only 20 million. And because of interest, now the amount due is 115 or something million. So what does he do? He says, I want to save my property. Let me rush to court and raise all manner of issues so that in most cases, it's not to pay, but probably they would want to time. In most cases,
you want to delay
50-60% of those
they
cases,
want more time,
borrowing time. And that is why you find that when you hear of cases taking so long, all those technicalities in litigation, by the time the case ends, it's 4, 5, 6, 7 years down the line.
Yep. So they wanted more time, but the bank was not willing to listen for more time.
In most cases, the majority of those cases, it's more time that people, in my view, they would want more time. So that probably the financial situation changes, business picks up so that they can be in a position to repay. But you see, at the same time, the bank, remember this money does not belong to the bank.
Belongs
to
the depositors.
And depositors are coming for the money on a daily basis. They also want to invest it, they want to use it. Yes.
Before we bring in Nora.
Yes.
We have previously on this show talked a lot about mediation and
Yes.
court-mandated mediation.
Yes.
Okay? So I presume that many of these cases that come before you and your fellow judges
Yes.
of the Commercial and Tax Division,
Correct.
you look at them and you think, this matter can actually be resolved in a different way. Yeah? Now take us through that and then bring us to Nora.
I've told you that, in my view, in the majority of the cases that I have seen in my court is all about time to pay. Somebody will come asking for an injunction to stop the bank from realizing its security. In those cases where you see actually the money is due and all that the borrower wants is time, that is where now I would say that you'll find that a court will give a temporary injunction, stop the sale, tell while we consider probably it was the procedure which was wrong in recording the loan. The procedure that was undertaken was not proper, but the amount is still due. All that the court does is to give a temporary injunction, stop, give a small respite, 1 to 3 months, and say probably go and start afresh the process of recovery, give the proper notices, serve them properly as required under the law. And if you've done that, then you can proceed and recover, realize your securities. Now, that is where now you find that the issue of mediation may come in, or alternative mode of dispute resolution, where now I think Nora can come in and tell us what will be best rather than having to sort it out in litigation in court.
But before Nora comes in,
Yes.
there has been an issue that, with regards to what you're saying,
Yes.
it keeps popping up,
Yes.
where the person who borrowed says they have paid probably in excess of 50% of what they borrowed.
Yes.
And yet, the case against them puts their security at risk
Yes.
in totality.
Yes.
And then there have also been cases where it is heard that the said properties, when processes are rushed, end up being sold for what they say is a pittance. Because the case is against them, they owe, that is the security, and that's the only way that the bank can recover the money. But the discussion around it is that what the value of my property and what I owe far less than the value of my property, and yet my property has been sold or they want to sell it. How then does one balance this?
Yeah, it is balanced. The law and lawmakers or the legal process is very much aware of that. You'll find that even before the bank Before you take a loan, Muga,
Yes.
the bank has to value the property.
Yes.
It gives the property you have, the value is 120 million. They give you 95 million, which is 75% of the value. You pay because of either defaults, there will be arrears, there will be interest. The money does not come down. You find that 1, 2, 3 years down the line, you still owe about 80 million out of the 95. The law requires that before the bank realizes the security or sells it, it has again to revalue the property. It has to do a valuation which is within 12 months of the sale. So that if it wants to, before it issues the notice, it has to value the property. And if the value of the property is still 120 million or 130, 125, there is also what we call the for sale value, which is the reserve price. It will be about 25% ordinarily below the market value. It will be about 80 or 85 million. So the bank has to sell in the event it doesn't get, if it has to sell, it has to sell at the worst of it, the reserve price.
So where does the Duplum rule come in?
The Duplum rule will come in where you've borrowed 100 million. You've paid. Its principle is that the interest finally payable, you should not be double the amount that you borrowed. Such that if you borrowed 100 million, the maximum you can pay is 200 million. And this principle came in because of the usury interest which was being charged by banks. In the 90s, they were crazy. It went up to about 41%.
45.
45%. You are right. You find that. And the problem then was that the bank, remember the bank has taken your security at 75%. That is what it has given you.
Yeah.
You pay 5 million, pay 10 million, you pay 20 million, pay 30 million, pay 40 million. But the interest is still going. You pay 75 million. The loan is at 60 million. You pay 100 million, still the amount is at 50 million. Then the law had to come and say, no. As at that time when the banks used to come in is when they have already gotten the principal sum and some part of the interest, and now they go for the property. Then the law came in now saying, no. You've given 10 shillings, the maximum you can take is 10. Don't wait until the property, the debt has gone to 30 shillings to come and claim that money.
Does this rule apply to SACCOs and other microfinance and other lenders?
I think there are two schools of thought about that. We are actually waiting for the Court of Appeal to settle the issue. There are those courts which have ruled that what you look is the spirit. What you look is what was the intention of the legislators when the parliamentarians were passing it and they put it in the Banking Act, Section 44. All they wanted to curtail is usury interest. They did not want lenders to ride roughshod on borrowers. So that school of thought is to the effect that it extends to every lender. The spirit is the lender should not take more than double. The other school of thought says no. Because it's only in the Banking Act, it's only the banks. So the SACCOs and others
microfinance in the Banking Act
can recover as much as they want. So I believe that because there are decisions of the High Court which are of those the two schools of thoughts, we are waiting for the Court of Appeal to settle the issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go now into mediation.
Yes.
So Nora, you are a banker.
Yes, I am.
And then you're a mediator.
Yes.
Now, what kind of cases do you deal with in mediation, especially when it comes to disputes around banking, and what the judge has actually just told us, the kind of cases that end up in his court? I'm sure the kind of matters that you also have to deal with in mediation.
Yeah, most cases that I encounter are cases where banks have disputes with their clients because of non-payment of loans for various reasons. But we also have cases where clients have a problem with banks and the amounts that they are charging due to some disagreements here and there. We also have cases where the client is complaining that the bank could have disclosed some confidential information to the public or to parties that were not meant to have had that information. Yeah. We also have cases where banks have disputes with their employers or employees and other suppliers, all stakeholders, even with the government bodies like the KRA and other parastatals that they could be involved while transacting.
So, and the people who come for mediation usually come willingly? Is it that both parties come willingly, or is it just one party is seeking mediation and the other party is not really interested in mediation? Or the contract somewhere had said that before we take this dispute any further, we shall first go to a mediator?
Currently, we don't have we don't have banks having that clause in their agreements. So most cases that we receive are from the courts, whereby they've gone to court, they've been registered, and they've been screened, and then they're forwarded to mediation. Mediation, by its nature, allows both parties to be willing to settle their cases through mediation. Otherwise, one party will feel coerced. Yeah.
And so this is court mandated usually. So they'll go to Justice Mabea's court or his colleagues, and then the judge will say, you know what, the way I look at this matter, maybe you can consider having a conversation outside of my courtroom. Go to mediation.
Yeah.
They're forwarded to mediation.
Yeah.
Are they both coming there feeling like, actually the judge had so much wisdom, why hadn't we thought of this before? Or are there parties who come there wondering, wait, mimi nataka judge. Who are you?
There are parties who, when contacted by a mediator, they actually appreciate the process because it takes a shorter time. And because it takes a shorter time, so it's probably less costly, and the relationships are restored. But again, we have cases whereby you invite the parties for mediation, but one party still feels they are not willing to settle this case through mediation, and that is taken back to the court.
So what do you do in such a case?
There's a court procedure, mediation procedure, whereby if one party is not willing to settle through mediation, you report back to the registrar. Because you cannot force them to mediate if they're not willing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested. What are the cases you've come across where, without of course breaking confidentiality, where people are unwilling to subscribe to the mediation outcomes that you have prescribed?
First of all, mediation is a process whereby the parties are the ones who come up with a solution. As a mediator, you just conduct the process and you actually get the solutions from them. A typical case is where we had Kofi Annan, if you all remember that time. It's the parties who came to the fore and said that this is what we've agreed. It's not the mediator who prescribes the solution.
Nora?
Yes?
That's the theory.
No.
The practice?
No, arbitration is where the arbitrator can come up with a settlement.
I understand. But mediators don't just listen, surely.
They help.
You nudge in certain directions.
Yes.
You prod.
You prod both
you
parties.
Push.
Yes.
Sometimes you even gently put your foot down.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. But you let the parties come up with a settlement.
So you'll guide them through it. You're like, moderating this whole conversation between them, asking the right questions to this party, and then allowing this other party to answer the question. And if they're not answering the question, then you ask them that question. You know what he's asking?
Is
really?
Yes.
Have you thought about it this way? So this is the process that you go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So City is asking now, what kind of cases are these that you've seen from your experience as a mediator?
Yes, I've encountered one particular case that I will not forget. Between ASACO and its CEO who had been fired. And when the case came to my desk, as I was mediating, I invited both parties. The person who had been fired, the CEO, the former CEO, was really willing to settle this case. He was asking for his dues. And the amount was a bit, not too little. Not too little. It was some good money.
Substantial.
Substantial amount of money. So when we called the representative of the representative of the organization at that particular time, we had a sitting. He said he had the authority to settle. And as we will settle on a figure, he will then tell us, I need to take this to my board. Yet he had said he had the authority to settle.
Yeah.
So, and the board, he will say something like, the board sat last week, and the next time we're going to have a sitting is after 3 months.
Yeah.
And mediation, the process ideally should take 60 days.
Can I just ask a question here? When somebody says they have authority, how do you verify that indeed they have authority? Do they come with a letter? Is there some documentation where the board has given him these powers? Is there something that actually authenticates what this person is saying?
Sometimes not, or sometimes they might come with it. But when you invite the parties, they come with their lawyers. They say we have the authority to settle.
And when they talk about the authority, do they also talk about the ceiling? Because when you talk about settling, there has to be a ceiling. It's not as though it was a blanket that, if
you can't hand over the company to.
Yes.
Now I know better. So whenever I get such cases, I actually ask them whether there is a limitation before we get into that discussion. So we learn along the process, with time. So he will tell me the board is going to sit after another 3 months. Mediation itself takes 60 days. Unless, if you want an extension of time, you can apply for an additional 30 days. So we just realized that this particular organization was frustrating the case.
So that was the intention?
That was the intention.
Okay.
Yeah, because we will go through the process, take some days, sit there, have meetings, and when we settle on an agreement, you'll say, I'm taking it to the board.
Take it to the board, of course. Yeah. And the board is not meeting. So what do you do then in that case? You have your 60-day window. Your 60-day window is exhausted. You haven't finalized the case. What do? You refer it back to the court?
There's a feedback procedure that we refer back to. We indicate or we write, giving it back to the court and for the court to decide. Even when we have settlements, that particular case will still go to the court so that they can enforce that settlement.
Do you write there, a Kakabad report in the report form? Judge, this matter came, but CT came and his own was basically just frustrating this. Please, Judge, know what to do with CT.
You actually need to be honest about what went through, but you don't go into details to expose the confidential information that you've been provided for during the mediation process.
You can't even prescribe the punishment. That's it.
This person was callous. He was disrespectful.
Yes, you might indicate that they never showed up even when you had someone. Yeah, so that even when the judge is looking at that particular case, he'll have an idea of...
and you stamp it there, Madarao. Judge, when you come back, you'll tell us when such a case then is brought back to court. Yes. How does the court handle it? But let's take a break. It's 27 minutes to 8. We are talking about mediation in this particular case, talking about mediating disputes that are related to banking and banking issues. We have two guests in the studio. The Honorable Justice Alfred Mabea, presiding judge of the Commercial and Tax Division of the High Court, and Nyeri Ongwenyi, who is an accredited mediator, talking to us about that. Have you subscribed to Showmax? Nora, you know Showmax?
Yes, I do.
You know Showmax?
Yes, I do.
Showmax has all this brilliant content. And it's, you go there, you watch what you want when you want, you pause, you go sleep, you wake up tomorrow, you press play and continue from where you left it. Good thing about Showmax, right?
Yeah.
So they have beautiful content from Africa and beautiful content from Kenya. There's a new show. It's called My Second Family. It premiered last week. It's about two families. One is the Gatehis and the other family is the Langats. These two were very good friends. Then Mzee Langat dies. He was wealthy. After he died, some secrets that he had managed to convincingly, keep very well hidden start emerging, popping out of the woodworks. And the two families now go into issues. Go and watch it. Judge, also, I know you're busy, but sometimes when you just want to relax, Showmax, look for My Second Family, watch it. Time for that break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so it's partly cloudy in Nairobi currently. Temperatures have risen to 16, they were much worse earlier. In Mombasa, sunny at 26, Malindi, sunny at 28, Kisumu Central, sunny at 19, Nakuru, sunny at 14, Nyeri, sunny at 14, Kampala, partly sunny at 19. Before we go to Kampala, let me tell you about Kakamega, which is sunny at 16, and Eldoret, sunny at 12. Johannesburg, clear skies at 7. Dar es Salaam, sunny at 25. Kinshasa, light rains at 23. Lagos, cloudy at 26. London, there's been a wind alert, and it's still on. Temperatures are at 6 degrees this morning. Same with Paris. Temperatures at 10, and a wind alert at yellow. New York, clear skies but cloudy at 18. And Beijing in China, mostly cloudy at 18.
Spice up your life.
Way. That's all I'm talking to people on Thika Superhighway. Where, if you're anywhere before you get to the Outer Ring Junction, just know that when you get to the Outer Ring Junction, and that's around GSU, you'll encounter traffic coming all the way to Pangani, but be patient, you will move. Same thing with the Thika, with Kiambu Road users. When you approach the DCI headquarters, you'll find trouble. People were using North Airport Road and the Outer Ring interchange there with North Airport Road. Also, there are issues. Jogoo Road, there are issues. Also, Muranga Road, as you approach Globsinam Roundabout, there are issues. Nyayo Stadium at Bunyala Roundabout, and also with Aerodrome Road, there are issues. But that one is at least moving. The only big one here is Jogoo Road. We have Thika Road, we have Kiambu Road, we have Landis Road, and North Airport Road as you come towards City Cabanas. Those ones, just be patient.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
(22 to 8). The conversation continues, resolving banking disputes through mediation. Tuko na mpatanishi, mediator, naitwa Nora Nyeri Ongwenyi. She's an accredited mediator, and the Honorable Justice Alfred Mabea, presiding judge of the Commercial and Tax Division of the High Court. So, Judge, when a matter is brought back from a mediator to the court, yes, and the court is the one that had referred this matter for mediation, first of all, of course, you're frustrated. But then how do you deal with that frustration?
Thank you, Eric. Can I comment on something, first of all,
yes,
which City had asked?
Yes.
It asked about the willingness. You see the background which us Kenyans were brought up from the colonial system is that of litigation. Litigate. We abandoned our own old dispute resolution methodisms. As a result, our generations believe in
tupatane mbele.
Yes. Kupatana mbele is where? The court. So mediation is, I would call it, in our own old traditional ways, there was mediation. But we abandoned it. And now we've been schooled in the mind of the court, mambo ya mbele. But what we have failed to understand, probably most of the litigators, is that, the litigants, is that in the West, where this litigation came from, they have actually embraced mediation in every sector of the economy. And you'll find that in most of their disputes, they have moved from court, they have moved from arbitration to mediation. And you find that the settlements there is as high as 80%. So here in Kenya, I think because we have only started it about 5, 6, 7 years ago, 2016, and I would say that we are doing well because As we speak, I think the commercial in my division, with the cases so far referred to mediation is worth 21 billion.
Wow.
And for those which have been settled, about 4 billion, which has already been released by such mediators to the economy. Currently, and I'm very sure that very soon, I think our deputy registrars have been screening those cases. We'll be having more than 3,052 going now for mediation. This is throughout in the commercial sector. In 2016, now to answer your question is in 2017, the Chief Justice did publish practice rules for mediation, and it is all set out there. Once the matter is now referred to the mediator, we expect. Because mediation is where the parties talk to each other. They talk to each other. One will tell the other, this is what you have done to me. The other one, this is what you have done. This is what I want. Then the mediator uses his or her skills to try and make them understand where the extremes for each, so that they come to an understanding. When they bring an agreement, a settlement agreement, well and good, we record it. But where now, as Nora said, one of the parties was recalcitrant, either failed to attend, became so difficult, as a result the mediation could not go through, and this is a matter which I sent them to mediation, because we have screened it and we have found that this is an issue which can be settled through mediation. When the report comes from Nora, and if at all in her report is that Party B was the cause of the collapse of the process. The law gives me three options. One, I can reorder them to go back for mediation. Two, or strike out the pleadings now that are in court. And you see, once I strike out the pleadings of that particular party, what does that mean? He has no case. The other party will automatically score. The third one is to inflict that litigant with an order for costs as a punishment. So those are the three avenues that the court has.
So basically, once the court has sent people to mediation, you better go to mediation.
Go there and behave.
You better. Because if you come back...
Where?
The question that arises, Eric, is why would a party fail to it's a dispute, to cooperate with the mediation? Eric, you'll find that most cases that come to court, some of them are not meant to sort out disputes. Some are meant to bring the opponent and pack him in court and tell him, you will see me. I have a case against CT, and you'll be there for 5 years. So he's not interested.
I'm an institution. I have lawyers on retainer to earn.
So that probably may explain why you'll find some litigants. I mean, disputants being recalcitrant when they go for mediation. Yeah.
What is the threshold for referring a matter to mediation?
The threshold. You see, any matter, Mr. Eric, any dispute which is of not a criminal nature is a candidate for mediation. Because it is a dispute between me and CT. Yeah. We agreed with CT. This is what we are supposed to what is supposed to be done, and I think probably has beaten more than what is entitled to. I may give an example on the banking sector. Mr. CT is the banker. He has lent me his 100 million. I have paid 40 million. Because of interest, the amount which is still due is 80 million. I am not able to make the usual monthly payments of 2.5 million. I'm now making 1.2 million, 500,000, 800,000, 1.1.
But you're paying something.
I'm paying something. When now he says, no, this one we have only recovered 43, 45 million. That was 6. No. We need to
recover.
You are in default. We want to realize the security. When I ran to court, the borrower now runs to court. Says, okay, I've paid so much, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I took he has admitted.
Yeah.
What does that show? Willingness. I took the loan. I have paid up to this point. But because of they will say nowadays COVID-19.
Ukraine.
And many other things. I am not able, but he has not given me enough notice or things like that.
Yeah.
When you look at it as a judge, it's okay, yeah, in the environment which we are, all that this man is asking is what?
Time.
It's time. Can you go to mediation? When they go to mediation, a prudent banker will say, okay. How is your business working? Can we review it? Can we see how you are performing? With the projections, how far will you be able to go? With what you have, how long will it take you to repay back? Then they will start say, let us restructure the loan. And when they come out of that restructuring, who has won? Both of them.
Both parties.
Both
It's a
of them.
win-win.
Yes. So that, for me, that is what we look at when we come for cases of banking, the ones which we have to refer to mediation. The one which we cannot refer is where there is an outright illegality. Because if it is an outright illegality, that is what the court will have to deal with.
Okay, so now there are those cases, just like Nora was saying,
Yes.
where somebody comes to court and they're accusing the financial institution of having divulged information to third parties.
Confidential information.
We'll deal with that. It is still a matter which is settlable because if he has the bank has diverged into to a third party, all that requires is the bank admitting. If it is admitting, how can they be able to sort it out? Because if they go before the mediator and they are able to say, okay, it was by mistake, okay, we did it, we thought it was for public good, for public interest, blah, 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 we will pay you damages. They will be in a better position, and that client will continue banking with that institution. However, if they come before Mabea, and I say, okay, and we go through all the motions, all that I do is to punish Bank A. And once I punish Bank A, is there any relationship between Bank A and the customer?
They're done.
There is none. It's done. That's why, as she said, it is a win-win situation. You know, it's a process which is required to be shorter, less costlier, and the solution comes from the parties, as a result of which the relationship between them continues. And there are no, Eric, in mediation, you will not find the strict procedures that are there either in arbitration or in litigation. It is over a cup of tea. Yeah.
Very flexible.
Yes, very flexible.
There are very many other matters. Siti, you want to ask something before I ask this one?
As the justice is speaking, I was thinking of a certain court process that I have been part of, and I was wondering where it fits into all this. It's called a judicial review.
Oh, judicial review. Okay. You know, judicial review is reviewing decisions of an authority, a government authority, or a government body. It's a decision which has been made either without jurisdiction, it has been made in excess of power, it has been made illegally, it has been made without due process, all that. It is not. Can I give? If I may give an example, the taxman decides to raise an assessment against you without following the due process. Luckily for the taxman, there is an ADR with them. They have under KRA, they have ADR.
Yes, they do.
You can go talk to them, blah 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 blah, and you sort it out. If a government authority makes or a minister makes a spurious decision which is against the law, that is when you take a judicial review. You come to court so that we can quash what? The decision. You'll find that once the decision is made, you may not go to do mediation because he has to undo it. And the only way he has to undo is through quashing by a court. You see now where the
Yes.
Yes.
And once that review has been proclaimed,
Yeah.
what powers then does it set in motion?
Does?
If, say, for instance,
Yeah.
I have had my account frozen by a bank because on the request or instruction of, say, a government agency, and I feel due process was not followed, and I actually feel strongly that they have no powers to do such a thing, and the judicial review finds in my favor that indeed they did not have any legal standing in the matter. They could not have done what. Okay, now, what does that set in motion, and what does that allow me to do?
Once
Can I take them straight to jail without,
I feel you, City.
Can you take over one of their branches?
Once the court has declared itself,
Yes.
has quashed that decision,
Yes.
it means that that decision never existed. If they fail to comply with the decision, you cannot take them to jail directly.
Yes.
You have to come back to court and tell court. Court, do you see? Under the constitution in Kenya, we are a country that is run through law, rule of law. These people are misbehaving and they are breaking the law because they are not following the authority of the court. Punish them, and the court will send them to jail for a maximum of 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing some things now emerging, especially with civil matters, class action lawsuits. Okay. So where, say, individuals who are customers of a bank and they are taking issue with some fees and levies that the bank is charging, because you hold an account here, I'll be taking 3,000 shillings from your account. And then every time you walk into the bank and you do like this to the watchman, I take 20 bob. You come to the teller, I take another 10 bob. You say hello. And people are like, boss, can you refer such a matter for mediation? Or do you have to deal with such a matter?
No. As I've already told you, there is the one which you cannot go for mediation is where there is a criminal element, defilement. There is gender violence or domestic violence, murder, and things like that. All civil disputes are settlable, provided they can come to the civil court. The same way I would be able to, I determine through the processes that are there and the regulations. But the mediation is only that it is flexible. It is still possible to refer it to the for mediation, and it will be, and I think it will be swifter, faster, and less costly.
Even when it's a class action,
Yeah.
there are more people who are complaining against one's institution.
Correct. The leaders, because even when they come to court, they will not. The 3,000 of them will not
They're
come.
not-
It is they are representatives. The 3 or 4 of them who will have the case and who have the facts. The same way that they will come before me is the same way they will go before Madam Nora here. So it's a case for mediation.
Nora,
Yes, sir.
the judge has a law,
Yeah.
okay, and procedures and all those things. The Chief Justice came up with the procedures. Oh, the law here that says this. So the judge is basically bound. Cannot really have leeway to infuse his own emotions into this. Can a matter come before you and you remember, by the way, I remember my sister had an issue with this particular bank. Mumekuja.
Yes, you can actually relate with a case that has come before you. But mediation by its nature, as I said earlier, the mediator is not the one who decides the settlement of that case. Mine is to conduct the process and be able to lead the process towards a settlement. So as much as I relate to the case, I will not be able to manipulate the case.
Is there anything that binds you from doing that, from bringing, the way I've said there are laws and all,
Yeah.
is there anything that binds you from actually inputting yourself into this particular case?
If I do that, that will not be a mediation. That will be something like arbitration, and I'm not a qualified arbitration, or that case will not be under arbitration
how
for
will
me to
somebody-
settle it in that manner.
How will someone know that that is what you have
That you're
done?
being impartial.
Yes.
Because when the settlement is written, all the parties will sign and indicate that we have agreed.
So
It's
if they
not
don't-
what the mediator has agreed. I will just put my signature against their signature on what they have agreed.
Who pays you?
Ideally, both parties should pay, but for court-accredited mediation, the judiciary pays us.
Okay, are the rates the same when the judiciary pays you and when the individuals pay you?
No, the rates are not the same. The judiciary has a standard figure for all the files, regardless.
They have a cap.
Yes.
So the two bob.
Yeah, that's how it works. For private mediation, you talk to the parties, you agree on the modalities of paying and the charges, probably even per hour.
But these legal matters that our learned friends preside over have serious guidelines as to how these things should be paid. So when it comes to mediation, don't you have guidelines? Is it a percentage? How do you determine? Because is there a formula by which you determine, below, not below this, not above this, that sort of thing?
For cases that go through arbitration most of the time, there is a guide from the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators or from whatever professional body one comes from. For mediation, we don't have a guide yet. Because we don't have a governing body that deals with mediation alone. Mediation is new compared to arbitration. So what most people do, they charge according to the scale of arbitration. That's for private cases. But for court-annexed cases, as I've said, is a standard figure across the board. Whether you resolve the dispute within an hour or within 60 days, you get the same payment.
And if you don't resolve?
You still handle that matter, you still get paid.
This court thing is
for people who refuse.
The court mediation is very good. That is why I was telling you, it is very cheap for them. Yes. And remember, because the mediator is being paid by the judiciary, the mediator has no strings attached to the case. It's only to help the parties reach an agreement between themselves within the shortest time possible. And that is why, for me, my advice would be there is no dispute that is so big that it cannot be discussed. Mediation is a table or it's a forum where the parties are brought together and can be able to vent their frustrations. After venting the frustrations, now then the mediator is able to tell, yes, Siti, I hear you. Where do you think is your best position? Then he says, my best position will be this. Then, Eric, what about you? You vent your frustration and says, yes, I hear you. And what will be your best position? Yes. You think if you moved a little bit, could you be... Can I leave you to talk for a few hours, provided you don't fight? By that time, the emotions are gone.
Yeah.
By the way, what is this that you are fighting so hard? You owe me 300 million. Can I give you 1 year to pay? Yes.
And that's it.
And that's it. The end of it. But as you say, when you come to litigation, and Eric, you have put it very proper. It's standard, straitjacketed. This is the law. These are the regulations. These are the procedures. Let's go. You go outside the procedures. Even if you had a good case, you lose. But before the mediation, you will not lose just because
there's flexibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Judge, what stops the judges from your division from sending all matters to mediation? At least relax, bwana, unapata kwa weekend, Easter.
So that we can have a cool Easter. Number one, as I said, is while all cases may be candidates for mediation, there are those, by the time the parties come to court, they have made up their minds. They are broken relationships. You'll find that they may not be having a meeting point. And for those cases, which are the majority, which we have at the division, we have to proceed on with them. But those ones which we think they have room for negotiations, those are the ones that we are sending. But we cannot send all of them as you put it. But I've told you already, we have screened more than 3,000, which will be going out before the end of this month.
Okay.
Yes.
And at least those are cases that should be resolved within 60 days.
So within 60 days.
If a majority of them are resolved, it's a good thing.
Yes. For the economy and for the litigants.
Asante sana. The Honorable Justice Alfred Mabea, presiding judge of the Commercial and Tax Division of the High Court, and Nora Njeri Ongwenyi, who is an accredited mediator, have been our guest this morning. Thank you for tuning in. Keep it here for more. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Religious leaders continue to urge leaders from President William Ruto's side and those of Azimio leader Raila Odinga to let go the hardline stance and give an opportunity for the bipartisan engagement to continue. Kakamega Diocese Bishop Joseph Obanyi has called on the leaders to make the interest of Kenyans a priority in the negotiations.
Viongozi ambao wako pamoja nao waweze kuona huu umuhimu, badala ya kuweka vikwazo hapa na pale kila wakati. Itakuwa ni vyema ya kwamba wapatie nafasi mazungumzo. Wale ambao wanachaguliwa wajue kwamba wanawakilisha Wakenya, sio wao wanajiwakilisha au vyama vyao. Sasa ikifika wakati ule unazungumza kwa ajili ya maslahi ya Wakenya, wasiwe na ule ubinafsi ambao unaonekana kila wakati wakiongea ati hawajakubaliana hapa, hawajakubaliana hapa. Waongee kwa uwazi.
His statement comes as Kenya Kwanza maintains its position that the main issues they'll discuss is the reconstitution of IEBC commissioners and not the issues raised by Azimio. Now, Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki will be the first CS in President William Ruto's administration to appear before the National Assembly plenary today to answer questions asked by members of the House. Kindiki will be responding to, among others, a question by Gilgil MP Martha Wangari, who sought to know the shortage of birth registration materials, also known as B1 forms, in health facilities across the country. A question by Mandera South MP Abdul Haru, who wants to know the progress of the establishment of civil registration centers in every sub-county in the country. CS Kindiki will also be answering a question by Kirinyaga Central MP Joseph Gitari, who asked to know the outstanding warrants of arrest from Kagumo Police Post against certain individuals, as well as the emergence of criminal gangs or groups affiliated with terror groups in the country. In making the communication, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said he will be making announcements every Thursday on which CS will be appearing before the plenary. Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has proposed tough regulations that, if passed into law, will see livestock rustlers imprisoned for life. In his proposed bill on prevention of livestock and produce theft bill, the second-term senator wants offenders found guilty of using violence in the cause of stealing livestock to be sentenced to life imprisonment as their punishment. In the regulations, offenders related to livestock or produce theft, including stealing livestock or produce, received stolen livestock or produce, and entering enclosed land with the intention of stealing livestock or produce will attract a punishment imprisonment of not less than 20 years. The senator further wants offences related to the sale of the trade of livestock between 6:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. to be jailed for up to 12 months or a fine of up to 800,000 shillings or both. And the Law Society of Kenya has accused the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions of acting against the law and public interest in its decision not to prefer charges against 11 suspects of the Karebe gold mine blast that killed 3 people and injured 6 others. According to LSK President Eric Theuri, the ODPP's decision is political and meant to serve the interest of certain individuals, adding that if allowed to go unchallenged, then it will entrench impunity in the country. Theuri said the reports and statements by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations needed to have been used to determine the case, adding that the ODPP deliberately denied the affected families their right to a fair hearing. And strong bonds between Kenya and Romania parliaments will foster greater collaboration between the two countries. Key among areas of collaborations include trade, security, education, engineering, among others. Speaking during a courtesy call to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, Ambassador of Romania to Kenya, Dragos Viorel Tigau, committed to ensuring that he connects members of the two houses with particular focus on the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations to benchmark each other's activities for the mutual benefit of the two countries. Ambassador Tigau acknowledged that Kenya and Romania have enjoyed a cordial relationship leading to supporting each other at international forums, including the United Nations Security Council, where Romania supported Kenya's bid for the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2021-2022. And And Trade and Investments Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria has lifted the ban on the exportation of raw macadamia nuts for a period of 1 year in a bid to open up the global markets. Speaking in Kirinyaga, Kuria said that the current prices of macadamia nuts had gone as low as 20 shillings per kilogram, which he termed exploitative to farmers who toiled their land only for middlemen to reap the benefits. Kuria said that the lifting of the ban on the exportation of raw nuts will open up marketing outlets and attract across the world to allow competitiveness so that the farmers can't sell to the highest bidder. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Arceta. Good morning.
All right, so let me tell you what's happening on the roads. Thika Superhighway was not looking good earlier. It's still not looking so good right now because the traffic stretches into KCA University coming towards town, but it's improving. Now, Langata Road is the one that is crazy, especially as you approach Aerodrome and then you get onto Aerodrome. This is Langata Road from the junction with Mbagathi Way and Mbagathi Way going up, and then also into Aerodrome Road, into Makadara and into Aerodrome Road. Ngong Road is also very busy heading towards town, and this is around the lights and into City Moche roundabout, and then also heading into town. Uhuru Highway itself is very busy. Globe Cinema roundabout is very busy. Jogoo Road has actually improved tremendously, as well as what was happening earlier on the stretch of Manyanja Road has also eased off. North Airport Road is the one that's still crazy, especially the end of Outer Ring Road into North Airport Road into the southern eastern bypass. It's busy. But just be patient. Nothing major to report.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Good morning. It's 8 minutes after 8, and this 12th day of April 2023. We get on to the third hour of the Situation Room. It's Eric Latif and C.T. Muga. Nduoko is away for this week. We have a new guest joining us in the show. For this hour, we're going to have a conversation with Dr. Ekuru Aukot, the party leader of the Third Way Alliance, with regards to the proposed calls for a conversation, a national dialogue. Dr. good morning.
Good morning. First of all, Eric, I think you should not mislead your listeners. It's not national dialogue. They are calling it bipartisan. And we will need to deconstruct what bipartisan means.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. It's bipartisan conversation. You're here because you have previously said that when you hear what they're talking about, you get a sense that this is BBI being introduced through the back door.
Mm-hmm.
You'll tell us about that. Mm-hmm. You'll tell us about it. But let's first hear the proverb from Mali.
Mm-hmm. And I brought him more proverbs today.
He did.
An entire book of proverbs.
The good doctor is a man of his word.
Yeah.
We discussed this book the last time he was here, and he said he would bring it. And lo and behold,
the book is here.
The book is here.
What book is it?
This book, Waiting for the Wild Beasts to Vote.
Waiting for the Wild Beasts to Vote.
Yes.
By Amadou Kroma.
Yes. So,
Laffy.
You know how long you'll wait for that to happen, don't
Okay, the proverbs are from Mali.
They are from Mali. Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question
what they have been taught.
Yes.
What's your direct interpretation of this?
For me, I think even if we were to contextualize it in the context of our politics, and this is what we're going to try and delve into this morning, there were a lot of election promises that we were told in the 2022 general election. But I think many people believed it to be the truth, but now it's manifesting daily, in my view, as a lie. For example, we were told that we inherited empty coffers, but we can see the largesse, the kind of expenditure that this government is putting Kenyans through, the various appointments, the various constitutional, the disrespect for the violation of the constitution. So only when you question such actions, then that's when they become truthful. I'm just putting into context of
that's
Kenya.
when you see the truth.
That's when you see the truth. That's when the truth comes out. To the extent that when we actually... So the truth here was that we were being lied to.
The truth was that we were being lied to.
Yes, the truth is that we were being lied to, despite the recipe. Because eventually, a deputy president, commonly known as Rigiji, said, you know what, we don't have money. If you want to flock us, our buttocks are ready for flocking. So that was the truth. The truth is that actually we were lied to at electioneering time.
And then there was...
And therefore, the courage we now must have as Kenyans is to question that which we were told as the truth.
Okay. So a couple of weeks ago, on a Sunday, President William Ruto addressed the nation.
Right.
And this is following the call for nationwide protests by Azimio. And he said, there comes a time when it's important not just to keep talking, but to actually just pause and listen. And I'm listening to what is being said, and I think it's important that we all sit somewhere and have a conversation together. And he called then for bipartisan talks being held in Parliament between the Kenya Kwanza side and the Azimio side, so that they can thrash out these matters that are being raised by Azimio. And he particularly went into this matter of the IEBC selection panel. We can work out a way in which we can legally have a conversation that can be resolved.
Yeah.
And he says the other issues of the cost of living and all, there are interventions that my administration has put in place, and we can discuss that. Now, since then, we've seen Raila Odinga respond and say, yes, okay, to the calls. We have called off the demonstrations. We are going to have participate in this, although the Azimio side has its own opinion of how the talks are going to take place. Parliament plus experts. Kenya Kwanza says Parliament plus zero. Other Kenyans are coming out to say, but where are we? Where do we fit into this conversation? And then herein comes Dr. Ekuru Aukot, and he says, hii ni BBI. Where do you get that from?
Yes, because, Eric, I'm not a guest in this nation and in this country, for sure. I've been around, and I've also interacted largely with some of this political class and leadership. BBI is already being implemented. There are many signs to how BBI is being implemented. If you look at the deliberate and utter violation of the Kenya Constitution, the Kenya Constitution at Article 130 speaks of the national executive that comprises the president, his deputy, and the cabinet secretaries. And it caps the cabinet at a maximum of 22. Now, the president has actually expanded the executive against the provisions of the Constitution. I think we have, 24, 27 cabinet secretaries appointed. That is already a violation.
How so? Explain.
I mean, I'm talking about the cabinet secretaries who were appointed. And then we have got 43 permanent secretaries.
You're talking about cabinet secretaries plus the cabinet level appointments.
Yes.
In terms of advisors.
Yes.
And the secretary to the cabinet.
No. Advisors, I don't count them as part of the cabinet. I'm talking about cabinet secretaries. Okay. Then principal secretaries are 43. The Constitution caps the cabinet at 22. So you must match. So a cabinet secretary with a principal secretary.
Okay.
Now, over and above that, the president has gone ahead against a court order to appoint 53 chief administrative secretaries. These are animals that don't exist in our constitutional order. He has also created an office called the Chief Cabinet Prime Secretary. Again, another strange dragon that's not in our constitution. So what the president has done, he has actually violated the provisions of Chapter 8, the executive, but also circumvented how you amend the constitution to expand the national executive. That is, you needed to invoke provisions of Article 255, 256, which is parliamentary initiative, and 257, popular initiative. Okay? And you remember, I mean, now let's tie it with BBI. The principle in BBI was that we need to accommodate regional representation. We need to bring Kenyans together. Now, bringing Kenya together in the lingua of this political class in Kenya is picking appointment from regions and therefore bringing them into government. And that is what they call simplistically inclusion. That's not inclusion. It's about, because if you look at, for example, the chief administrative secretaries that he has appointed, all of them are failed politicians. All. Not a single technocrat. In fact, point out to me any single technocrat in that list of 53. There's none. So the president has also gone against the will and the letter, the spirit of the constitution.
Surely,
of the law.
What is a failed politician? You know, there are people who participated in an election and they did not win the election.
Yes.
There are many others in that list of CASs who did not vie for elective seats.
Yeah, but larger because
how would you call them failed politicians?
They were his political supporters. And the truth for the matter is, unless you now want to feign blindness, you must be able to see that these are people who are supporting the president full time. Yeah, and you see, and for me, one of the things that...
But that's not a failed politician.
Well, fair enough. I mean, okay. I haven't really even bothered to thrash out but I know largely there are many of them ex-governors, whatever, this and that. They tried to be in Senate, they tried to go to Parliament, they failed. So anyway, be that as it may, it is still very unconstitutional that he now expands the national executive. And the reason I'm going back to TCT's, proverb from Mali, in 2022, we are promised many things. We will not borrow. We will run a lean government. We'll do this and that. But we don't hear that anymore. We don't also hear that, there's a mama mboga or a hustler or a boda boda who has been appointed into cabinet or into government. Because there are many of them who with the degrees. So that if someone like President William Ruto, with all the intelligence machinery, he could actually investigate and find out if there's actually a Uber guy who drives even with 2 degrees. That's a hustler. And that's a man with qualification or a woman with qualification. I will easily appoint to the cabinet. Then I will live to the true promise I gave them that this will be a hustler government. A hustler government cannot go on burning money you do not have. You do not say, I'm gonna spend 800 million shillings in buying cars. I mean, as if you didn't have a car in the first place, or as if government did not have cars. How is that a hustler nation? So I think City's proverb sits very well with our political context. And yes, I smell BBI because this idea of bipartisan dialogue inside Parliament is already a red herring for me. Why do I say that? Because the issues we are talking about, cost of living, cannot be resolved on a round table or in a boardroom. This requires some serious economic, fiscal policies to be in place. It requires us to fix issues to do with the Financial Act. And if I were to take you back to the idea of a lie, in 2019, the people who are now drumming up support for a reduction of the cost of living were actually in Parliament when, for example, VAT on petroleum was actually increased. And that is what drove the cost of living high. So today, Azimio cannot come out clean and say, we were not responsible. Remember, it was during the handshake government that the cost of living actually went up. And I recall Raila Amolo Odinga himself, just several months before the election, defending the government, viciously defending the government. I remember him using the words, wacheni kubweka bweka kama mbwa. Cost of living is not only unique to Kenya. Now that he did not form the government, now he's turning around to say the cost of living, this government is responsible. No, they are all responsible. for the situation Kenya is in right now. And furthermore, I don't see any good that will come out of these bipartisan talks inside Parliament. Most MPs I've spoken to will tell you that there is nothing good that can come out of Parliament. Parliament has already been compromised. Ruto is busy buying opposition MPs. That's why you see the Jalangos, the Professor Ojendas, and others, being even scared of going back to their hoods.
What is buying?
Well, this is the language they use themselves. They have told me that Parliament has been bought. It's been compromised. Last week I was in a show similar to you as with a member of Parliament whose name let me not mention. He said, I couldn't forget about anything that came out of Parliament. And I say this because, there are three cardinal duties of a member of Parliament. To represent the constituencies that actually sent you to Parliament. To pass legislation and to oversight government. Yes, if the cost of living is high, Eric City, why have we not seen a single motion being tabled in Parliament to address this cost of living? Why have we not seen a statement being issued by, say, the leader of majority or leader of minority on the floor of State House, and let's debate that statement? We don't see that. Instead, Parliament wants to meet on this bipartisan. In fact, we should make this, if there is need for this, which personally I'm reluctant to admit there is actually no need of this bipartisan dialogue. If really there has to be, then let's bring it outside Parliament. Let's bring it to the people. Let it be multi-partisan. Let's bring all the political parties, because we all participated in the last general election, either as candidates or as people who participated in that voting. So this nonsense of Azimio and by the way, I don't even understand. Last time when I was here, we discussed whether somebody can actually belong to two political parties at the same time. So now we have reduced Kenya into being Azimio and KK. We have reduced Kenya into being Raila and Ruto. So where do the rest of us fit in? And really, if you want to talk about the problems that have really affected this country for the longest time, there is an avalanche of inquiries and findings about what ails Kenya. If it is matters electoral justice or injustice, whichever way you want to look at it, we have the Kriegler report. There is even Waki report on post-election violence that again links to matters election, how we manage our elections. We have got the Akumi report. We have the Ndungu report on matters land, and many, many others. I could go on and on. We have got the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission report, which today are gathering dust. So if KK administration was anything to go by, and if they are really truthful, then let them retable those reports, and because they have identified the problem in our country. I know one thing they will never put on the table is the conduct and character of the leadership we have in this country, because it's a direct betrayal of Chapter 6 of our Constitution.
I want to ask a question. You've said you don't see the need for this dialogue, the bipartisan dialogue, and you say, if there's any need, then let it be outside Parliament. When you say you don't see the need, are you saying that you don't see the reason why the dialogue was called for?
Okay, first of all, so let's deconstruct it.
Because the reason the dialogue was called as a result of the agitation by the Azimio side, and the president said, okay, so let me hear you. Let's have a conversation. So are you saying that even the call for demonstration was unjustified?
No. First of all, personally, as a constitutional lawyer, I respect constitutional rights and liberties any time of the day, any minute of the day. Article 37 of the Kenya Constitution guarantees the right to picket, to demonstrate, whatever. But it also says peaceably. You must be peaceful when you go on this demonstration and picketing. Now, of course, the character of ODM or Azimio side demonstration has always been violence. And you've seen that. Disruption of the economy, disruption of the very, very economy they want improved. By the time, when you instill fear on Mama Mboga or a boda who is not able to use certain routes, you've already sent that man home hungry and his children sleep hungry. So when I look at the agenda by the Azimio side, there's a sweetener. The first one, I think, is A, cost of living, cost of fuel, and all that. But the 99% of it is about election. Okay, now, the issue of election was closed. Even for you today to say, let's open a server, let's open a ballot box, you'll need a court order. Azimio has not moved the court, and they ought to know this. I see a lot of ignorance in Azimio side. For example, the Court of Appeal decision in the minor Kiai case concluded that what is final result is that vote that is cast at the polling station.
Yeah.
And that is Form 34A, which were fed into the server. Okay? I'm not an IT person, but I did just a quick search. What is this server? A server is basically a computer. It's a storage facility. As simple as that. And when you are given a link to that storage facility, to that computer, you've already accessed the server. So this issue of saying, let's open the server, I don't understand what it is. They're not even explaining. Now, that agenda is more about election. I see a lot of bitterness that we did not win. And I think when I speak to some of the Azimio people, they really, they are embarrassed. They don't understand, how could we have lost this election when we had Uhuru Kenyatta on our side, the government, the outgoing president, we had all the resources. I think they're really wondering. And of course, now it's coming out clear that they did not even have agents. Yeah, and I think they did not even look after their own vote. So the reason I say I smell BBI, because that is a dead issue. The issue on election is a dead issue. I do not see in that agenda relating to election as punishing any IEBC officials who may have committed electoral malpractice. If I saw that, then I will take them very, very seriously. Because if there are irregularities, and remember, it is the same, both sides say that we will go to this election. If we lose, we'll accept. But those who lost, as the Azimio side, moved the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, which is the only place where we can actually determine matters presidential election. And the Supreme Court returned a verdict. And you recall, the judges even asked very tough questions. Please explain this to us. How did this ballot, how was it changed? And they were not able to. Surprise, surprise, thereafter, they come up with a whistleblower, blah, blah, blah. So having been in this country also in 2017, 2018, and having participated in that election, I see all the signs of how another BBI is being choreographed.
I don't understand. What were the tenets of the BBI? What was the focus? What would you say were the pillars that were supposed to support the BBI?
There are about 9 pillars, if you recall.
So when you say that you see it being resurrected, what exactly is being resurrected?
What is being resurrected are 2 things. An element of BBI, which is really an inclusion of the regional kingpins into government to be accommodated. But I also see an element of another version of the handshake. The handshake is, they have agreed they are not going to call it a handshake. They will call it bipartisan. And if you go back memory lane, City, let's go back memory lane so that Kenyans can see the pattern. 1997, you remember when the phrase was that the Jogo has swallowed the tractor. The cooperation and partnership between the then NDP and KANU, where Raila and his team were agitating outside that KANU is illegitimate, is not in government properly. Then Moi brought them in. And therein, the people's problems were forgotten. Fast forward, 2002, the National Rainbow Coalition government again brought again all these people together. There was an agitation, they came up together, then the NAC government was formed. Again, the talk was about constitution review, constitution making, amend the constitution. In 2005, we went to a referendum. Again, they split. That marriage of convenience collapsed. In 2007, 2008 came in the Nusumkati government. Now, the Nusumkati government, again, was about just addressing the issues. But one of the things that I thank the Nusumkati government for, there was the product of the current new constitution, the 2010 constitution. But after that, hell broke loose again. 2018, we saw the handshake government. Again, it started with demonstrations, the false hearing in of Raila Odinga, and then eventually let's shake hands. We need to. Now again, we are seeing the bipartisan dialogue. Before the bipartisan dialogue, there was demonstration. You are an illegitimate government. We will storm State House. Blah blah blah. So, if I look at all these scenarios, except for the 202, one of the geniuses of both Moi, Uhuru Kenyatta, and now Ruto is to bring on board into government the only person out there, the biggest noisemaker who can actually mobilize the mob and the crowd, Raila Amolo Odinga. And the only way to quieten him is either to do this
to accommodate him.
To accommodate him is to introduce this language of less dialogue. What are we dialoguing on? On the Kenya Kwanza government, CT, if you truly won the election, and you so believe so, you won the election. The Supreme Court even said, yes, you won this election. Why then are you entertaining talks over what? I would like to see KK implement its plan. I want to see KK, reduce the cost of living like they promised. They said in 100 days. Now they moved to 6 months. Now they're saying, give us time. The coffers were empty. But we are also seeing the kind of expenditure that's happening on our very, very eyes. So this is just an attempt to accommodate their laziness in implementing or in capacity to implement that which they promised Kenyans. So they will bring in, because many other people inside there really have no capacity, in my view, to organize demonstration. They don't have a sycophantic following like Raila has. And so the only way to appease Raila Amolo Odinga is to say, less dialogue. Now you can see the language has changed. We are no longer going to maandamano. We are going to town halls.
Let me ask you this
which is probably a more elegant way of doing things.
We'll have town halls and then we'll end up at Jacaranda grounds.
Yes.
This is not a town. Let's take a break.
But also before CT comes in, and the other thing that about this dialogue, it's less with a lot of threats. If you don't do this, we'll do that. Now, how do you dialogue with somebody who is threatening you? Plus, I really want to see the agenda. I don't see any agenda other than just election.
Let's take a break then. It's 29 minutes to 9. Dr. Ekuru Aukot is the party leader of the Third Way Alliance. He is here with us in the studio this morning, raising questions about these bipartisan talks that have been proposed and that are going to take place between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. He says, what I see here is just a return of BBI. CT has asked him, what elements of the BBI are these that you see returning? We'll wait to hear the response to this. Showmax.com. Have you logged onto Showmax.com? Are you subscribed to Showmax? If you are, then look out for this brand new show. It's called My Second Family. If you're not subscribe to Showmax, please go to showmax.com, look at the various packages that they have, select the package that you feel that works well for you, because then with Showmax you get access to unlimited entertainment, a lot of good content, particularly this kind of new content coming from Kenya. Ian Bogwa is starring in this. Nick Ndeda is also starring in this. It's called My Second Family on Showmax, 28/9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How's it looking like across the country? Well, let me tell you, it's partly sunny in Nairobi at 17, Mombasa is sunny at 28, Malindi sunny at 29, Kisumu partly sunny at 21, Nyeri mostly sunny at 17, Nakuru sunny day at 17, Kakamega 18 and sunny, Eldoret sunny at 19, Kampala mostly cloudy at 20, Johannesburg sunny at 8, Dar es Salaam sunny at 27, Lagos cloudy at 25, Kinshasa light rains at 23. Paris, there's been a wind alert, and the alert is at yellow, 9 degrees Celsius this morning. Same thing happening in London as well, yellow wind alert at 6 degrees. New York cloudy at 18, and Beijing, China mostly cloudy at 21. Still in the thick of things, but things are improving a little bit. The situation on the North Airport Road as you come towards City Cabanas and then you go into town or you go towards Mlolongo is still crazy. And this is particularly at the interchange between this road called what? Outer Ring Road and then joining into North Airport Road. It's very, very, very busy. Manyanja Road has been okay today. Now the issue is at Lunga Lunga in industrial area as everybody's trying to get to work. Jogoo Road has cleared up at City Stadium roundabout. Only Landis Road now getting into town. Thika Superhighway has improved somewhat. Now the traffic starts at near Utalii Drift heading towards town. But then after Pangani, it clears up. Muranga Road is clear. Wangari Maathai Road is clear. Limuru Road is now that peak busy hour. Other roads heading in towards town. We talked about Langata Road earlier. It's improved somewhat. Now it's only at Aerodrome Road and then Gong Road as you approach the roundabout and the light junctions. Anything that we ought to talk about, let us know. Spice FMKE on Twitter. All right, 2049, City. Ask Dr. Ekuru Aukot.
You know, he made a statement and he said that the one person in this country who has a sycophantic following that can cause the sort of disturbances we saw with the Mandamano's Raila Odinga, it's the word sycophant. And I wanted to ask him why he thinks people become sycophants. Well, what is it that leads to sycophants if indeed the followers are sycophantic? Why do people get to a point where they are, because sycophancy presupposes that you're following this person without logic, without reason, and that all you do is follow. They say you follow, and no thought process beyond following actually accommodated. Why do you think we get to that stage? Why do you think such a thing, if it does exist, why does it exist?
No, I think sycophancy exists, and it's been there, and the sycophants follow the leader they think they believe in. And for me, sycophancy in this country comes because of the nature of our politics. For the longest time, there are leaders who have actually manifested themselves into society, in the eyes, nationally, to say that we are from, and they have drummed this support that we are in a region. There's also been a lot of conmanship in our politics, that because of so and so, because of community X taking over power, the rest of us are now being relegated. And I think at the risk of just being more brutal, for the longest time, the people of Luo Nyanza have been made to believe that the Kikuyus are part of their problem. Rift Valley been made to know that Kikuyus are part of their problem. So if you look at, for example, our nature of politics, the mobilization is around tribe, region, personalities that in a way sort of, for lack of a better word, represent that region and that community. And that's why you saw, for example, in the BBI, the idea was that if you accommodate, I think, 5 people in government, we have all been included. So there is an illusion from the general masses that, and people always follow a leader. And whether that leader is truthful or not, people will always follow, whether blindly or logically or whatever the case may be. But the nature of our politics, is tribal city. People will follow the leader they think is speaking a certain word to them. For example, there was a sycophantic following of William Ruto in 2022 when he came up with the narrative, hustler narrative. He was speaking to the real problems, the people with lack of means, people going to bed angry, people waking up in the morning and saying, how do I put food on the table? So the street language, the common lingua on the streets is that we are hustlers. But here we have somebody who's actually speaking our language. So they follow that man illogically. But now they've realized it was all a long con. That but prices will come down in 100 days. In this, now they realize. Now a lot of them are waking up to say, well, I thought we did not have money in our coffers. So how do they spend 800 million just to buy cars? How do they establish an office of a spouse? How do they, these trips they are making? I mean, the president has made, I don't know, trips to about 10 countries since he came into office. That is a huge expenditure. He has expanded the cabinet. So now the hustlers are beginning to see, I think we're being duped. But at that time, they are following this person because he was speaking a language that they want to hear. So sycophants is there. You know, it's not only unique to Kenya. You will say in the United States of America, Donald Trump still has a sycophantic following. Yeah, either of racists or those people who are waiting for somebody who can actually speak the language that they've been trying to, you know, to muffle. But eventually somebody like that comes, I mean, the following is there.
You know, you've actually pointed out something that, well, it all doesn't make sense, but it points to what I was alluding to. They speak to a need.
Yes.
And that need represents a reality that these people have. Now, you may have a differing opinion on it, but there it is. Now, we look at the situation that we have in this country and the dialogue and the narratives that keep crisscrossing. A lot of the things you say, well, if you doubt it, all you need to is wake up in Kenya and look and see what's happening, and you can determine whether these things are true or not. However, the reality of the situation we have, in my view, is that a lot of the problems that we talk about, this government had absolutely nothing to do with those problems. And absolutely. They did not bring about the drought.
That's true.
They did not bring about the high cost of fuels and what have you. It's not them who brought it. If you're talking about the war in Ukraine and how it has affected everything else, they didn't bring it. They didn't bring COVID, because a lot of the economic wars we have to do with the recovery from the COVID period, which affected the entire planet.
That's true.
Okay?
That's true.
Now, having established that many of these things were not brought about by them, we then ask ourselves, what is it that they can do, and what reality do we have with regards to the economy? Now, unfortunately, we have to go by what you say, the promises they made. Now, those ones, unfortunately, are crumbling with every passing day. You don't need to look too hard. You just need to live in this country, and it becomes obvious that these things are not going to get done. That we've established. Now,
let me correct you, Kidogo.
Yes.
I don't think myself or anybody out there is actually blaming this government for the drought and whatever. By the way, and it's also true that government is whether you did not bring those issues or not, but once you form the government and the issues are still there, we'll still look up to the government of the day.
We do.
For solutions.
Yes,
for
but
solutions.
you see, I didn't introduce the word blame. I was merely presenting it and saying this is the situation. Blame is a conversation that keeps being brought in as to who do we blame for our problems. And I'm saying, I'm not even talking of blame, I'm just saying this is the situation. This is the reality that we live with. Now, if you want to apportion blame, then ask yourself, how does blame come in? Blame comes in when you say you're going to do something and you don't, then I have to blame you, because you led me to believe that I should have certain expectations, and those expectations have been dashed. But I'm taking it further. Beyond blame, what then do we do? Because we have a situation where now we are being told the discussions we're about to have, this so-called bipartisan. By the way, it's a term that when you talk about with reference to Kenya, is a bit nonsensical. It makes a lot of sense in America, where they have two major parties. So bipartisan makes a lot of sense. Bipartisan too. Here, no.
But that's what I'm suggesting.
But bipartisan in parliament makes a lot of sense to me.
No, it does not.
You wrote the constitution,
yes.
You created a majority and minority. You actually
but they are not
divided
the
parliament
only
into
ones.
two.
They are not the only ones in parliament. Majorities and minority are not the only ones.
That's
and I
true.
agree with CT.
But
if it was in a country like, say, UK, where you have got two dominant political parties, bipartisan makes sense.
Dr. Okot, if you speak about it strictly, the president was very specific. Let's have a conversation in parliament, and let's have it in a bipartisan approach.
First of all,
that makes a lot of sense.
First of all,
because parliament
that's a misnomer. President doesn't have to direct parliament to have a conversation or a dialogue. There are already structures within our constitutional order on how parliament operates. President has no business directing parliament to have any dialogue. Members of parliament have got their rules, the rules of engagement. They know how you can bring in a motion, how you can table a statement for debate. So president has no business directing parliament. In fact, that's even a very wrong approach in my view. If the president really wanted to have a very honest dialogue about the issues that Azimio is raising, he'd be better off telling Azimio, let's meet with the people, let's talk with the stakeholders. The stakeholders of this country are not only parliamentarians alone. City, let me come back to the two issues to give you two responses. don't excuse this government. And I'm not saying we are blaming them for all the problems we're having right now. We're not blaming them for the Ukraine war or whatever is happening. I just gave you one simple example of how the cost of living went up when the VAT on petroleum was included in 2019. So all these people cannot excuse themselves. Moses Kuria, CS for Trade, Kimani Ichung'wah were members of the Parliamentary Committee on Budget and Appropriation Committee. They passed most of the borrowing. How did we get here? These people were in that committee that actually approved the borrowing and what the reason we have a huge national debt today.
Yep.
They are now running government.
And budget deficits.
Budget deficits and all those things, they were there. So, if you want us to apportion blame, then we can apportion to that extent. But let me also now escalate this argument further. President William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua are not new in government. Whatever problems you want to say Kenyans are facing right now, William Samoei Ruto was a deputy deputy president of this country for 10 years. Now he is the president. So he cannot tell us that he does not know where the problem is. When they came up with a plan and they said we are going to fix this, fix that, my common sense tells me that they ought to have known, or at least they knew where the problem was. And therefore,
that was actually the argument.
Yeah.
That we have taken a deep look into the issues and we have identified the problems.
Yes.
And the plan is the solution.
A solution. Exactly, they say that. So let's not excuse them because it doesn't matter today. And I can see a lot of goal shifting. We have also seen repeatedly Rigijis saying all money was stolen by the handshake government. We emptied it. They are not even telling us, okay, how was this money stolen? Now that you have the instruments of power, at least tell us, even the 35 billion that the controller of budget was forced to release, at least tell us where did this money go to. You can actually...
But even that story, Doctor, that story of the controller of budget being forced, is this not an independent body? Is this not a body that is protected by law? Is this not a body that has instruments that guarantee that you really can't be shaken? You can be threatened, maybe.
But she confessed herself and said she was coerced. So in my view, she even has no business being in office right now as we speak. She has no business. This is a self-confessed conspirator to commission of a crime. Yeah, they defrauded the people of Kenya 35 billion. So if I was Gachagua and I truly wanted to account for this money, then I will tell this lady, now you have to tell us exactly how this money left the national coffers.
That way
we will nail thieves of public money. Yeah, and at least we'll be putting a system where you cannot touch public funds. Over and above that.
And you cannot manipulate independent officers.
Exactly.
Actually, I'm fearful. You know, when I hear such a statement, it's like the Supreme Court coming to tell us that we made this decision because we are coerced. I'd think and say, wait a moment.
Yes.
Then why did we go through all these processes of ring fencing these positions and giving them protection in law?
But CT, it's not rocket science. I hear people talk. I mean, the other day I was listening to David Indy talk about systems. We have not put systems. What are systems without individuals with capability and ability, the capacity to implement those systems? Even if today you elected a cow to be in charge of this country, let's be very honest. You can have the most beautiful...
Do we have systems that can help that cow to govern?
Yeah, if the cow is capable or has ability to implement the system
beyond producing milk,
beyond producing milk, fair enough. But City, there's a point I really must bring back
and
to the table.
Grass.
City, but there's another point. On a very serious note now.
Producing cow dung, yes.
Okay, laughter is very good for the soul, I guess. But listen, let's to more serious issues now. Yes, we have inherited. I like the way you have described the context. This is the issues, the global impacts on our economy and all that. Now you're in government. Let me use a simple analogy. I'm going to shop in a supermarket. I only have 150, but then I go and pick things. I fill my tray. With things that probably come up to 1,000. Am I sensible? Because that's exactly what
you can fuliza.
Even if you fuliza, maybe you could have a limit. I don't know. Maybe your fuliza is upwards of
a million shillings.
Yes, a million shillings. It's possible. But in very simple terms, this government came and told us, okay, there are all these issues, like the ones we are heavily described, which had an impact really on whether we can actually deliver the promises or not. But then their conduct in the manner in which they are spending worries me. You know, yesterday I asked a question in another forum. Why does government always rent offices? Why not spend even something like 20, 30 billion, purchase buildings and house ministries? Because we are spending a lot of money in these rents. You know, the trips the president is making, enlarging the cabinet. What are the austerity measures, for example? I mean, maybe we should ask that question. Now that you know we are broke, and we've been told repeatedly we are broke, then what are the austerity measures you are put in place? For me, I will be sympathetic to this government if they demonstrate this is actually how we are trying to cushion you. But I don't see that. I could be wrong. I don't see that. I also live in this country. And I'm thinking where we are going now, CT, we are going the Sri Lanka way. Because Sri Lanka exploded when government was not able to pay their civil servants. People in the financial sector now are complaining, are saying there's so many loan defaulters. Look at the newspaper today, CT. I can see you have newspapers there. Look at the back pages, or the middle pages. You'll see a lot of auctioning of people, the advertisement to auction individuals. And the truth for the matter is nobody has the money to buy those things from those loan defaulters. So the economy is in tatters. So what I would like to see is an explanation. And it should be worried, City, like I am, when the chief economic advisor comes on national television to say is exasperated daily by the wastefulness in government. But even more, he is worried that the wastefulness is deliberate.
That is a self-confession as far as I can hear it.
Yeah.
But I asked the question.
I think that's a truthful man who comes out and says, this is what I'm observing, okay? As an advisor, as somebody whose role is not in executing, is basically advising. I am looking and I'm saying this is what's happening. And I am telling the government, this is what's happening. But then, Nakuru, you also live in this country, okay? You heard what even the former President Uhuru, at some point, even him getting exasperated and asking, Sasa nitafanya nini? He sent officers home, told them, go home for a couple of weeks. These are all procurement officers in government. Action was taken in KRA. Those people go, they come back into office, system continues. It's like pause, we go home for Christmas, we'll come back. Play, we resume.
If we analyze...
Because
it sounds like,
because you see, Eric,
they are held captive by all these other interests. There's political interest, there's everything, every other interest.
See, at the end of the day, we can say political interest, political intrigues, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with the guy who is in charge of the country. And for me, he needs to crack the whip. And to be honest with you, in this country...
You are assuming that they are capable of cracking the whip in the manner that you're prescribing. And is there anything that we've seen since this new government took over that shows you that capability or the willingness actually exists?
No, I've not seen. Instead, I'm just seeing aspects of trying to please political supporters and all that. And that's why for me, I'm saying, listen, for sometimes I stayed away from TV stations because I thought I've seen
give them time.
Yeah,
you were saying give them time.
Yeah, I said well, give them time. Let's see what's unfolding. But now the situation is getting dire and dire, and I'm not even talking from a macro level. I'm talking about at a micro level, where even your interaction with your villagers, relatives. I mean, people are asking for basic things like I need to me a bonga point so that I can buy food. Sending me 100 bob. I mean, yes. I'm not talking about I know we are discussing at the national level, but I'm telling you, if you descend down and speak to the villagers, you will know the situation is very, very, very bad on the ground.
Dr.
Yeah.
You are not comfortable with the bipartisan dialogue.
I'm not.
You're not comfortable with the approach that's been taken. What would you rather see? Because you all acknowledge that there's an issue to be addressed.
I think what I would like to see is some degree of firmness from the government. I see lack of courage in the current leadership of William Ruto. Because if William Ruto was courageous enough, he should not allow himself to be distracted by the threats by Azimio. From two points of view. Number one, you won the election, you are declared so as the winner. You are entertaining too much. I think these people are instilling fear in President Ruto. He is increasingly becoming a political slave. Yeah, these people are actually enslaving him. They are threatening him. So he's not able to focus. In my view, I think William Ruto needs to come out firmly and tell the people of Kenya, I won this election. I don't want to be distracted. This is how I'm implementing my plan. Now go a step further and demonstrate to us how you're implementing that plan. I would wish he could immediately put in some austerity measures on how we can make some savings as a country.
Like what, for
I
instance?
would rather even renegotiate our repayment loan, because I see one of the excuses they are using is that we cannot afford to default.
Yeah.
But nothing has stopped you from renegotiating a long-term repayment plan.
Dr.
Yes.
This conversation, it's if we go along with what you're saying, it'll be a false conversation. You know why? Everything that is done within government that involves spending is budgeted for. It's not complicated.
Absolutely.
Believe me.
Yes.
When you have a supplementary budget, it means everything we're talking about, repayment of loans, salaries, all those things, that's what budgets do. They tell you this money is going here. Now, when you budget, we have no option but to assume that all those things are taken into account. Because even these debts, they don't spring on you. They are known well in advance, and they're part of the budget. So you come about and tell us that suddenly, because we paid this debt, we don't have money. Because we paid this debt, we cannot pay salaries. And you had a supplementary budget not very long ago. You see, what you're telling us is something far worse than what we are discussing. You're telling us that you are unable to actually manage the government. You are unable to manage the money. You are unable to manage the responsibility that you have. That's what you're telling us. Now, that is far scarier to me than everything else that we're discussing here.
But it's not a figment of my imagination. It's the reality on the ground. I mean, they themselves have come out to say we don't have money. But we can also see the manner in which they're expending money that they do not have. Was there a budget for chief administrative secretaries? Was there a budget for 43 principal secretaries? Was there a budget for 27?
49, actually.
49, eh?
49,
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
you see? Was there a budget for that? Even in the supplementary budget, it wasn't there. So why do you appoint people? So that's why I'm saying this government ought to be careful and to be able to demonstrate to us that, listen, this is what we inherited.
The president, in his first address to parliament, he said, I'm directing my new cabinet secretary for the National Treasury to cut back expenditure by 300 billion shillings.
Exactly.
Okay? He said it. They claim that it came to pass.
I don't think so.
So what is it that is holding them back from being able to implement austerity? Because you keep talking about austerity.
But we have to see it. We have to see it. And the first place where we have to see austerity measures is in the way government itself behaves. Now, how else will we know that this government is actually employing some austerity measures? For example, we know that they are borrowing about 10 billion every day, but there's no explanation or accountability on how that money is being spent. At the very least, come and tell us this is how we are spending this money. Rigiji has said 35 billion was stolen. At least show us, demonstrate to us, this is how we recovered. We have traced this money to an account X, and we are bringing it back. We are repatriating this money back, wherever it went. We are not seeing that. Instead, we are seeing a lot of rhetorical talk. Now, the country is being chaperoned into this bipartisan dialogue, as if it will be the solution to our problem. It won't be, especially inside Parliament. And parliamentarians themselves have said, actually, Parliament is compromised.
Final question in about a minute. If President William Ruto called you today, because he has your number and you have his, if he called you right now after you finish this show and he told you, Nakuru, kuja tuongee. Ile kitu yako ya punguza mizigo, kuja to discuss.
Oh, yeah. I will meet him.
So you're against BBI, but you're okay for punguza mizigo?
No, because BBI was part of this largesse in government. Punguza mizigo was actually going to reduce the cost of governance. For example, we had said that we did not see a value of 416 members of parliament or representatives because they are gobbling about 38.8 billion Kenya shillings annually. And I drew a parallel that we people in Nairobi, we are about 6 million, we are only given 12 billion for everything, development. But 416 people are taking home 38.8 billion. I've also spoke about how we can simplify our election because our election gobbles billions annually. Punishing thieves of corruption severely. We are going to save under Punguza Mzigo 3.78 trillion Kenya shillings. Now, BBI was going to eat more into our public coffers. So yes, if William Ruto is actually serious, I am more than happy to tell him, you know what, let me even be your foot soldier.
You have the blueprint.
I have the blueprint on how we can fix this country, especially make savings. I'd say that we abolish these nominations. Nominated MPs, nominated senators, nominated MCAs, and we had come up with the Ward Development Fund on how we can quickly equalize this country. Okay. So yes, we have the blueprint. I mean, we can panel beat it here, kidogo na pale.
By a dialogue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would rather I go to the people, to be honest with you. I'd rather this conversation becomes national, or now we can actually cut. Because, for example, CAS, in 2 seconds, the CAS position, do you think we really needed them?
Okay. 2 seconds up.
Dr. Ekuru Okot, leader of the Third Way Alliance political party, has been our guest. Keep it here for more. In the next hour, we talk to the Deputy Secretary General of KOTU. It's 9 a.m.
Dennis Aseto. Religious leaders continue to urge leaders from President William Ruto's side and those of Azimio leader Raila Odinga to let go their hardline talks and give an opportunity for the bipartisan engagement to continue. Kakamega Diocese Bishop Joseph Obanyi has called on the leaders to make the interests of Kenyans a priority in the negotiations.
Viongozi ambao wako pamoja nao waweze kuona huu umuhimu, badala ya kuweka vikwazo hapa na pale kila wakati. Itakuwa ni vyema ya kwamba wapatie nafasi mazungumzo. Wale ambao wanachaguliwa wajue kwamba wanawakilisha Wakenya, sio wao wanajiwakilisha au vyama vyao. Sasa ikifika wakati ule unazungumza kwa ajili ya maslahi ya Wakenya, wasiwe na ule ubinafsi ambao unaonekana kila wakati wakiongea ati hawaja kubaliana hapa, hawaja kubaliana hapa. Waongee kwa uwazi.
And political parties are scrambling for members in Siaya County, with the Movement of Democracy and Growth and the United Democratic Alliance launching separate membership drives to bolster their numbers in what appears to be a move to make inroads in an area believed to be the Orange Democratic Movement stronghold. Grassroots officials of the two parties, members of the ruling Kenya Kwanza Alliance, separately say they are out to prove that the area was supporting the government. Speaking in Sega, Ugenya constituency during the launch of the MDG recruitment drive, party officials Joseph Olale and Sylvester Wire called on their competitors not to interfere with their program, adding that their party stood for peace and development. Olale, nominated member of the county assembly, said that MDG targets to register a minimum of 10,000 members in Ugenya constituencies alone, after which the exercise will be extended to other constituencies in Siaya. And the Labour Committee at the Kisumu County Assembly has started hearing the motion to remove the chairperson of the County Employment Board, Nancy Nyamwange, and 5 commissioners who served in the government of Governor James Ongwae. The committee, led by Nyancheki Ward Representative Naftal Onkoba, started hearing the arguments presented by the complainant Brian Atika and the lawyers of the board officers, led by Wilkins Ochoki, who blamed the committee in favor of the complainant. Some of the issues raised by Atika are that the board hired workers without following the law and failed to make clear the entire process of hiring workers. The committee will continue the meetings today before giving its decision.
For any infringement of a procedural right, substantive right, or otherwise, we have done that in the past. We shall do it again. You are not the first people we have appeared before, and you are not the first people to behave like it. So we are aware of this bill. Be the chair who promised us the ruling, give us the ruling. If you don't have it, say, I'm sorry, there was no ruling in the morning, I'm going to give a ruling tomorrow. Issue number 2. An issue as I reason. In the morning, if I heard you well, you asked council to give us documents, and we indicated we were going to get those documents to find our response.
Now, Forestry Principal Secretary Fantas Kimotho has rallied Kenyans to actively plant trees during the ongoing long rain season, saying tree growing is a divine activity. Quoting sections of the Bible, the PS said, religious teachings require human beings to take care of the environment, including restoration of degraded ecosystems through tree planting. The Forestry PS spoke during the unveiling of the 10 million trees campaigns by the Presbyterian Church of East Africa at the Ngaini Church in Mathira West, Nyeri County. Now, the State Department of Social Protection is shifting the focus of rehabilitation of street families from the children homes to family and community care. According to Chairperson of Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund, Mary Wamboi, rescue, reintegration and resocialization of the street families into community care will solve the problem which occurs when those placed in the homes achieve 18 years. And just how many chapatis can you eat on a single meal? Well, a man in Bungoma County has surprised many by eating 30 chapatis. He downed the chapatis accompanied with a kilo of beans. He now wants someone who can challenge him eat the chapatis. A challenger his competitor says should dethrone him or he remains being the winner.
Na maragwe kimbo moja. Sasa hiyo ni kitu kidogo, nataka challenge walete ukali korokoro moja na omena kimbo na nyanya na kazi na nini na vitunguu na roiko. Waweke walete watu watatu hao tuangalie final yao nani ushindi ya nani. Mimi lakini nataka hiyo ushahidi, nataka mimi nikuwe na mbwanu watue.
Well, I can only do 2. I'm Dennis Aseda. Good morning.
So he ate 30 chapatis and beans. 30. Okay, yeah, he is a true champion. Let me tell you what's happening on the roads. Thika Road, Kiambu Road, first of all, good news. Kiambu Road has cleared. Thika Road is now at Utalii Junction, getting towards town. Murang'a Road, nothing to report about. Limuru Road is clearing only at the various avenues, those junctions, issues. Uhuru Highway as you get into town in the major roundabouts. This is University Way and Nyayo Stadium roundabout. That's where you have slight issues getting into town. In Manyanja Road has already cleared. Outer Ring Road is cleared. The only issue, in fact, that was there earlier was the Outer Ring Road interchange with North Airport Road. That has also cleared. Lunga Road still has some issues, and Jogoo Road at Makadara there's slight issue. Landis Road is where the traffic is now concentrated, but it's also moving. Aerodrome Road heading in towards Bunyala roundabout, slight issue there getting into town, but also that will improve over time. If there's any major incident to talk about, let us know. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your...
Come to the final hour of The Situation Room today, the 12th day of April 2023. City, you know, when you're out there getting yourself a top-up of water.
Yes.
Dennis Aseto was reading the news, and he read the news about this gentleman who has won a competition of eating. He ate 30 chapatis.
Is he still alive?
30 chapatis and beans.
Alikula chapati na beans 30.
Chapati madondo 30.
Na bado
ako sawa. In fact, he was interviewed. He says now, in fact, he wants a bigger competition. They bring people that he can compete with. Anataka kukula ugali na omena na waweke vitunguu hapo hivyo na nyanya na roiko ichanganywa vizuri, waweke hapo. Awaonyeshe.
Let me tell you something. Talking of competition, there's a young gentleman called Buke Abduka. He's one of the 28 writers shortlisted for the prestigious 2023 Commonwealth Short Story Prize. In her short story, prize tags, Buke refers to the honor as incredible. So, if you're talking about people who've won things, we have a young Kenyan who has now entered that particular list of people who might actually win this Commonwealth Prize. But 20, how many chapatis? 30.
30 chapos.
Hey. Anyway, let me know.
Can't finish even 3.
You're saying 3. Yeah, I have a problem with 1.
Me too.
It depends on the size.
Yes.
The size of the chapel. Benson Okwaro is the Deputy Secretary General of the Central Organization of Trade Unions, COTU. He is our guest for this final hour of the show. Brother Benson, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
First of all, why do you trade unionists call each other brother?
We inherited that name. I don't know why, but I think it's because we have a common bond. We work together. We love each other. So I think it's just like
it's like comradeship.
Comradeship. Got it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yes.
CT has the day's proverb.
I do.
This week's proverbs are from Mali.
They are from the country of Mali. Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they've been taught.
Yes.
Wow. That's from Mali.
It's from Mali, the country of Mali. Yes.
What's your interpretation of that, Benson?
Repeat it again.
Truth is available only to those who have the courage to question what they have been taught.
If I was from Mali, maybe I would interpret that, but but I think maybe somebody just trying to say that it's good to be truthful. That's all.
Yes.
That's how I see it. It's good to be truthful to every aspect of whatever we do. I think so.
Is that other aspect of also questioning?
Which one?
Questioning. It's available only to those that question what they've been taught.
Okay, because you can be taught bad and good, you need to question. So that if it is bad, you say no. But if it's good, yes, it becomes good. Right.
Brother Okwaro, you are the Deputy Secretary General of COTU.
Yes,
and if I understand the structures correctly, for you to be an official of COTU, you are an official of another trade union.
Correct.
Okay. Give us now your journey in trade union movement.
Well, my journey is long, but let me start from the union that I belong to. I am the General Secretary of Communication Workers Union, which brings together all the workers in the communication sector. If it was not for the UK Union of Journalists, probably would have been part of our membership. But we found when most of the journalists, including the KTN and the rest, are supposed to be members of KUJ, so we don't like that infighting. So we allow them to continue that direction. But yes, that's where I belong.
Okay.
Right.
How many years have you been in this movement?
For many years, from the year 1969.
That's a long time.
when I was first elected chief steward, that's 1969. I've had a long journey. Yeah, but of course holding different positions. I became a general secretary in 2001. I think I'm almost on my way out. Yes.
What signifies way out? Is it your own thinking, or is it?
No, normally, my thinking, because I'm 74 years of age as I speak today, and I think by the time I end my term, I'll be getting 77, and I think that's a good time for me to do something else.
To take a back seat.
Yes, and do something else.
And look back at almost 50 years.
Of trade unionism.
Of trade unionism. Actually, almost 60 years.
Almost 60 years.
Wow.
Yes, so it's
a long journey.
It's a long journey, very difficult journey though, but sometimes enjoyable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're at a point where, and one of the reasons why we invited you to have this conversation is to look at our state of the nation currently. Yesterday, even the president himself came out to publicly admit that, yes, we're having challenges in paying salaries on time. Not in paying salaries, actually. It's in paying salaries on time. And he said this was occasioned by, the fact that we had to also pay some debts, but we shall pay these salaries and all.
I hope we are still off air.
We are on air.
We are on air already?
Okay.
Yes, we are on air.
All right. I think I need to be prepared so that I talk.
Yes, I saw his statement. Everybody who lives in this country should know that we have in a very bad state of the nation in terms of economy. Yeah, but if I may talk in my capacity as the Deputy Secretary General of KOTU, I think the reason that they are giving for the state in which we are, at my personal level, I think it's not right. Because you see, let's address the issue of salaries that we are having today. It's not the first time that people are not being paid salary. I know many organizations, including here, people have not been paid salary for months. I know of institutions which have not had salaries for the last 3 months, and we are struggling. At one point, there were 6 months, during COVID time. So in my capacity as the General Secretary of the Union, I weighed whether I had to push the government at that time or the corporation, that was Postal Corporation of Kenya. In my own wisdom, I thought that was not the time to go on for a strike. Because if I went for a strike during that time, you'll be arrested and you'll go to those centers. They used to call them what?
The Nyayo House centers.
No. There were those centers where they kept
for COVID,
the COVID control.
Not detention.
No.
Yeah,
there's a word for it. We will
get
word
for it.
Yes.
So then, apart from that, I thought that yes, the corporation was ailing, and then I thought during that time. Reducing employees was very easy for anybody at that time because there was no work. So I thought that, okay, if I had to go on the street and do that, they will give them the chance to offload the people. So I said, look, I'm going to struggle to fight and see how is it that we can manage the situation, work together with the corporation, and of course the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Labor to see that we retain the employment. I did that successfully, and I think by the time we started the year 2021, towards the end of the year 2021, before we started 2022, the Treasury were able to bail Postal Corporation of Kenya with the 810 million shillings, which they used to clear the 6 months salary that had not been paid. To me, that was a success. I got it.
6 months arrears.
6 months arrears. That was during COVID time. It was difficult, but I thought let me keep people in employment.
Yeah.
So I did that, and I think they were paid. So we started now marking the time, looking at how to make it better. Unfortunately, Postal Corporation of Kenya is not out of the woods yet, and yes, as I talk today, we are 2 months behind now. To me, that's an achievement from 6 months. And we have managed to talk to the people in the Ministry of ICT, and we have had a new management team. And we think if we do good business, we should be able to reorganize ourselves and get Posta back to business, because I think Posta lost the traditional business. In the introduction of the new technology, we are no longer posting letters. We are no longer doing the money orders, there's bank transfers, there's M-Pesa, etc.
Yeah.
So now we need to look at how do we then go into other businesses. We innovate, go into other businesses that will change our traditional business into another business so that we are able to compete. And we are picked up where we are going into e-commerce now. And yes, we are struggling to the government to give us the courier business so that we do, the business for the government, so that we post the mails to the regions, to other government offices, and that will be a huge business if it's given to us. What we need to do, we just need the government to facilitate, and so that we get logistics, and then probably be able now to move faster with the competition. And then
can I ask a question, Mr. Kwaro? The infrastructure that Posta had was countrywide.
Up to now, yes.
Does it still have that infrastructure?
It is there. We have not lost any part of it. Even right down into Nyeri, that infrastructure is there.
You had the courier business.
Yes, we did.
Why has it not been as competitive? Because I look at the courier business in the country, Man, that thing has grown in leaps and bounds.
In fact,
Yes, it's
e-commerce
true,
is
it's
supported
true.
by courier.
I think
Yes.
my view is that I've even given a letter to the Committee of Labour in Parliament, and the problem is we have had in this country is putting people in positions because they are politically correct. So you put people who do not understand the business. So the business starts going down slowly, and nobody wants to monitor and make changes because they want to protect the people in those positions because they are either connected politically or their relatives, things like that. So that brought us to where we are today, and it took us almost 3 years fighting to get our friend who was there then as a PMG, and it only took the current CSICT about 2 months to push him out. Actually, he was pushed out 3-4 months before his term expired.
Wow.
And he was still fighting to retain the position. Those and many others are the problems that we have. Because if you leave that, initially Posta was almost a monopoly.
Actually,
It was
a monopoly.
So then you say that we are okay, we are going to be there. So people leave, just sleep and don't do anything else to do the
They don't
business.
innovate.
Yeah, so that was a problem. But right now, we are alive to the fact that we need to do competition. Then now the problem is, how do you do a good business? You must do a good business. One, you only have a board that can do oversight of the management team. If the board is not strong, again, if you ask me, the boards that are appointed are the same people who have either were formerly members of parliament, MCA somewhere, or a brother of some people in power. So they get there, and the first thing they do is how many meetings can we have? So they get how much allowances. And you see them out to Dubai to do what they...
It's called benchmarking.
Benchmarking. How? But the previous CEO used to go to Tanzania and he was benchmarking. He said, how do you benchmark? How can Kenya benchmark with Tanzania when you're doing postal services? I thought that was ridiculous, but it happens. As a trade union leader, I have no role. Maybe just make noise, remove this board member, remove the other board member, but who listens to you? I don't think those are the problems we have had over the years. But I believe that we have a target of normalizing salary by June this year. We are owed. Postal is owed a lot of money
By
the government. Look at the Huduma centers. They are all domiciled.
You're the landlord.
We are the landlords, except GPO. Everywhere else, we are the landlords. Now, since the time that Governor Guru was the Minister for Devolution, to this point, the last record I had was 1.8 billion owed to Posta unpaid. Today, the figure could be more. So now if you have those kind of things, then what are you supposed to be doing? So that's one problem we have. So then now, when they make a little money, KRA is on their feet, and they want to be paid instantly on 9th of every month. If you don't pay, any little money you make, they block the account. They block the account until you pay. So, but now we owe maybe Postal owes KRA maybe 50 million. They will close that account. They will hold it until you clear that money. That means you can't transact any business. But on the other side, the same government who owns KRA owes 2 billion shillings and they are not paying. And then because these people are powerful people who have been put there by the same government, you can't go there and say, look, if you don't give me this, I'm leaving. Nobody wants to quit in Kenya, even if you know you are not doing well, unfortunately.
So, as the workers of such an organization, they're very critical to the operations of the organization. You represent them as a union. What kind of voice? What's the strength of your voice? Because, of course, you have a voice. But what's the strength of your voice? I'm hearing you say, you talk, but you don't have much influence.
Not really. I don't think we have influence. Traditionally, trade unions would put pressure, would call for strikes, will do those kind of things. I heard you complain about the issue of strikes, how useful they are. Yes, unions need now to be competitive. They need to be in play. They need to understand the economic trends of of a company, even of the country. So we need to train our people in a manner that they would be able to understand whether the companies are making losses or not, because the people that we have, our opposites are the people inside HR of any organization. They are vastly trained. You can't just come and say, I want 100% salary hike without bringing on the table how did you reach those figures. But that is what our employees would expect. They will not even mind if you ask 100% salary increase and the company closes tomorrow. That will not be the issue.
They want their money.
As a head, as a general secretary of a union, as a leadership in Kotu, we need to look at that, and that then brings in the fact of what kind of people do we employ, so that we are able to compete with the people that the employers are bringing on board. And to that extent, Kotu has done very well. We have legal team in Kotu who offer services to all the East Kotu affiliates. We have economists who are there, well-trained economists. We have people who have done industrial training. And most of us also have trained in industrial relation matters. So we are equal to the task. We can do it. It's only that when we have a country which develops a hard system like ours, then you find it relatively difficult. But I think we are equal to the task. We are able to confront the situations as they come.
But you see, as trade unions actually have a big role that you play.
Yes.
If you look at trade unions globally, they've been able to influence policy, in fact, in some cases, even influence government. Who gets into government is highly dependent on whether they get the endorsement of trade unions or not. In this country, of course, we haven't gotten to a level where the trade unions have actually influenced who becomes president directly. But you have a lot of influence because of the various seats that you occupy in government. NSSF, you are there. NHIF, you're there. These are big money institutions. The other institutions, like you're now saying, you represent very many workers. You represent workers in the public service. You represent workers in the private sector. So you have a lot of influence and leeway. My question is, do unions in Kenya really utilize the power that they have to get the things that they want?
Well, history, there's a valuable history about the roles that trade unions have done. Even pre-independence, we had a lot of role we played, even in the struggle for the independence of this country. The likes of Malkat Singh were trade union leaders. People like Tomboya were trade union leaders. They played their role. Dennis Akumu played his role during that time. All of us have. Even the current Secretary General of Kotu has played quite a significant role in the political development of this country. And I think we'll continue playing our role. The problem is, what role can we play? Do you work with the government? Do you affiliate to the government? We believe ourselves as a policy that we need to work with the government, because under the ALO structures where we have membership, we have a tripartite nature of structure, which have worked very well for us locally and even globally. So FKE, the government through the Ministry of Labour and Kotu will have to work together all the times. So when you see us sometimes working together, talking for the government or talking about what government has achieved or what you have achieved together with the government, it's not because we want to get an affiliation so that we are part of government, and whatever they do, we close our eyes to. No, we don't do that. But we need to say that, okay, this country belongs to us, and so if there's something good that we can do collectively in the interest of the members, then that's what we must do. And sometimes we are blamed because people believe that we must oppose for the purpose of opposing. And I think personally, from where we are at our age today, I think if we don't get a way of getting what we can get from the government without necessarily being compromised, I think that's the way we need to go.
So it's striking the balance between being compromised and being active. Positive activism.
I think we have been relatively active. If you remember the days of NSSF, if it was not for the trade union in this country, if it was not for Kotu, a lot of money would have disappeared. But we did our best. We held them ransom. We put them to court. And together with FKE, we were able to control the funds. And today, I'm told we have over 300 billion portfolio in SSF. Both Francis Atwoli and Jacqueline Mogo have left, but of course their term expired, and there's a new team whom we believe would be able to work together with those in place so that we get that we protect the funds, so that if those funds are protected, then when you and I retire, if we are members of NSF, you get our money instantly. There's a lot of improvement so far. It's not the days when you take 1-2 years before you claim money. The offices have been taken almost to all the counties today. So I think that's an achievement. That's part of the work we did.
But I have a question. Can you point me to an example where trade unions have actually influenced policy? In all your, 50 years in trade unionism, where trade unions have actually influenced policy in government?
Well, I don't know what you want to would define policy now, but I think let me talk from the recent ones.
Yeah.
During the time we had a lot of problems, the 2007, 2008, we were the main drivers of the Agenda 4, and we went around the country talking to the people, telling the government what they need to do and what they should not do. We talked to the people, and I think the peace prevailed, and we are part of that agenda. I remember Kofi Annan, the late Kofi Annan, telling us, look, you are the only people that now are independent and can be able to drive this agenda. We did our best. The documents were raised, but now, beyond that, we cannot be part of the system now to implement what was actually passed. There are many things that we did during the time we were driving the BBI thing. We were told we were pro whatever we wanted to get other people. But I thought, if we thought that, okay, let's look at even the constitution of this country. We were part and parcel of the constitution making. I sat in Bomas, and we were able to bring even under the Bill of Rights, Article 41, which talks about trade unionism. So that's an achievement. In 2007, we brought in the new labor laws, that was 5 sets of labor laws. That was an improvement. So that today, many countries, like our neighboring countries, will come here to look at what we did, how we made it, and some of them have done a little bit of that. We picked ours from our counterparts in South Africa. And I think from where I sit, I think we have done quite a bit. But, to the extent that everybody is satisfied that we have done or that
everybody can see what you've done.
Yes, but behind the scenes, many people just look at KOTU. But KOTU, being an umbrella body, has no impact on what we do on the grassroots. Because, like I said, in my union, in Communication Workers Union, I have about 18 companies that fall under my umbrella. And we have a recognition agreement between us and those companies, and we do CBS regularly. So if we don't come up here and say, today I signed a CBA, sometimes there's people who want to publicize themselves that today I signed this CBA, so that but those of us who have signed as many CBAs as possible, it's not news for us so long as our members know that we have signed a CBA. 2 weeks ago, I signed a CBA for Telecom Kenya. As much as they are going through difficult times, they were able to give me a CBA. For the next 2 years. Tomorrow, I think I'll be signing one with a company called Gipro. And I'm now negotiating one with the KBC. I'm doing one with the CA. And we do them silently. We don't need to go in the price and say, today we did the CBA, we got so much percentage. And there are so many other companies that are signing CBAs almost on a daily basis. But we don't get to the press to market that. Sometimes employees say, look, ukienda kutangaza, landlords will be coming to increase. So sometimes we have those kind of problems. But we are doing quite a lot of work behind the scenes.
Okay.
To that extent, I think we have done well. But we think, of course, this need for improvement.
Let's take a break. Benson Okwaro Deputy Secretary General of the Central Organization of Trade Unions. He's also the General Secretary of the Kenya Communication Workers Union. He's our guest this morning. We are talking about trade unions. Is it time that trade unions set the agenda? We are looking at it from the background of the current salary delays. Is it time for trade unions to set the agenda? He says a lot of work is actually done and achieved by trade unions in the country. Showmax.com. My second family. The family of the Gatehis and the other family of the Langats. Those two are the families who are in this particular show. So one man called Mr. Langat, he passes on, he dies, and after he dies, issues start crawling out of the woodworks. Secrets that he had kept hidden very well for a very long time. They emerge, and now this brings the two families at loggerheads. What is it all about? Follow it on showmax.com. My Second Family, a new show starring Ian Bogwa, Nick Neda, and others.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Blood is not always thicker than water.
Start your life here. It's not enough for me. It's just not enough. You don't know what they do to girls like you. I think it's a very unfair.
Two families are at war and family ties get broken.
Sorry, who is your father?
Discover the shocking truth in Second Family.
I had another family. Another wife.
Tune in to Sugar and Spice to find out more about The Second Family, Kenya's first original telenovela.
How's
and why
like?
you...
It's warming up in Nairobi, 18 degrees. It's going to be a mostly cloudy day. 25 in Kisumu, also sunny. Partly sunny in Malindi at 31, sunny in Nyeri at 19, Yes, mostly sunny day in Nakuru at 19 as well. Mombasa is partly sunny at 30. Kakamega partly sunny at 20 and Eldoret partly sunny at 24. Kampala mostly cloudy day at 24. Johannesburg sunny morning at 13. Dar es Salaam a sunny morning at 27. Lagos cloudy at 26. Kinshasa light rains at 23. How's it looking like in China? Beijing cloudy at 22. London in the UK partly sunny. Wind is still a major issue here of concern. 6 degrees. Same thing happening in Paris. Rain showers and a lot of wind. 8 degrees. New York mostly cloudy at 17.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's approaching 10 o'clock and people who are stuck somewhere between City Stadium and Landis Road at Wakulima, you'll be there for a while. There's a huge traffic, but I think it'll be moving shortly. Also, the situation has greatly improved on Thika Superhighway. The only issue now is at Muthaiga, getting into Pangani interchange. After that, it moves. Globe Cinema is now very clear. Jogoo Road is clear. Lunga Road is busy. North Airport Road is clear, Langata Road is clear, Aerodrome is clear, Ngong Road is clear, Westlands into town is clear, the Uhuru Highway is clear, Limuru Road is only busy, where this is at UN Avenue, as you branch off into UN Avenue, that is the only area where it gets busy. Anything we need to report about, please let us know and we'll tag everybody else on Twitter at SpiceFMKE.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The Kenyan government seeks to collect views from members of the public through the new National Lottery Bill 2023. It calls for the establishment of a National Lottery Board that will manage and operate the country's lottery ecosystem. Through this, NLB will operate and manage the National Lottery, procure an operator to manage the National Lottery, and establish the National Lottery Fund to prudently distribute the funds. Traders will now be required to submit pre-import permit applications to the Anti-Counterfeit Authority for processing and approval before importing goods as the country moves towards curbing counterfeits. This comes after the ACA partnered with the Kenya Trade Network Agency in the implementation of the ACA import permit under the Intellectual Property Rights Recordation Program. The two state agencies have worked together to automate the ACA permit applications and approval process through the National Electronic Single Window System in line with the government directive. Pastoralist communities in Kenya are set to receive financial assistance as the government plans to launch an 18.7 billion shillings fund to protect them against the impact of drought under the De-risking, Inclusion and Value Enhancement of Pastoral Economies project. Kenya's State Department for Livestock Development will partner with ZEPRE, the PTA Insurance Company, the Kenya Development Corporation and the World Bank Group to deliver the project. The DRIVE project aims to de-risk pastoralists through drought index insurance, savings, digital accounts and financial education. And United Nations office at Nairobi is looking for a driver with a minimum of a high school diploma or completion of secondary education with at least 2 years of continuous driving experience. Suitable candidates are required to send their CVs and cover letter by 28th of April 2023. Visit jobs.digger.co.ke for more information on these and other jobs. Digger Jobs, your credible and trusted jobs partner.
Spice FM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The conversation continues for the next 17 minutes with Benson Okwaro, Deputy Secretary General of the Central Organization of Trade Unions, COTU. Delayed salaries is our conversation this morning. Benson, the government, we started at this point and decided, in fact, there's something that they haven't said. The government is having challenges paying salaries on time. Government and then state agencies. Okay? The president says, yeah, it's a challenge, but also it's because of the heavy debt burden that we have, and we're not going to be able to pay. Now, yesterday there was a news item in the papers which was talking about the Union of Civil Servants and the one for county workers reaching out to Kotu, saying we would like to take some industrial action.
Yeah, I think this is a very serious matter that is affecting this country at this point in time. Salary has always been delayed in many aspects. Normally, there are dates set for payment of salaries in many institutions. I can give an example of KBC, where I have a CBA with them. And the agreement is that the salary should be paid by latest 28th of every month, so that every member is supposed to be able to know what to expect, and then when he should expect that money, and how he can be able to plan his or her things. But for many reasons, we have had some on and off, sometimes delayed up to the first week of the following month. And it started, I think about 5, 6, 7 months ago. I'm giving an example of KBC. And I think until even the previous month, I think it was paid, I think earlier, either on second or third. But this time, I think until now, we made calls. I made calls, and imagine I'll make a telephone call to Samuel Maina and tell him, look, what's happening? He will not take your call. So those are the kind of things that we go through. He didn't take my call. The next thing I see now is a circular posted to members saying we may not pay you before Christmas, before Easter. And then you see it circulating. Then it has, many other people also did the same. But I think this still points at, to me, is what I would call mismanagement of these institutions. The government may partly be blamed, because I know every year each institution has a board, and the board will always do a procurement of all the services they want, and through their finance committee, they will be able to allocate funds through a budgetary process, which will then say, look, this is a kind of money that we need. Of course, you need to compare your income against the expenditure on that particular year. You will have to look at the previous expenditure and the budget, and then if there's any improvement that you need to do on the new budgets, of course, with proposals, which will have to go to the Treasury. And once it's approved to the Treasury, where the government needs to provide grants, like in the case of KBC, that grant is always provided. But what we saw this year, when the Kenya government came into power, they needed to raise some 300 billion shillings. So the first they did was to get us 20 million from there, get us 200 million from there, and they took it. So if that was part of the salary for this organization or for part of their budget, then you need to reorganize your budget. Definitely there will be a deficit. And once there's a deficit, then you have to look at what is it that we are supposed to do so that we cut off.
Yeah.
And before you do that cut off, you also need approval of your parent ministry and all the way to the Treasury. So let me give an example of KBC, which I know well. KBC is not a profit-making organization. So it depends on grants from the government. It depends on the coverage they do in Parliament, both Senate and the National Assembly. So once they do that, they depend on that money to be paid to them by the same Treasury, who now says they're broke. So if they don't pay, how would KBC get the money? To pay the salaries. How would then KBC get the money if they are not given those the grants? Because KBC is not supposed to make business, it's supposed to provide services.
It's not a profit-making institution.
It's not a profit-making institution. They make money, but they make money in what I would say is maybe controlled. If you can't say that, look, we want to do this so that we can expand there. Even that expansion will be dependent on the ministry the parent ministry. So I think that's a problem. So what is causing the current salary, if you ask me, is that there is a remote control from the Treasury, from the government into some of these institutions. Like the president said yesterday, I think I didn't see the president, I was traveling, but I remember seeing what the deputy president said, that we opted to clear debts first before paying salaries. You look at that, and to me, it's a ridiculous statement from somebody of that high caliber, because the government relies on taxes. So if you pay salaries, you recover the taxes to get the money to KRA, which will then go to the government, and the government will be able to clear debts. I mean, if I owe you debt, you'll just tell me, look, I can't pay you today, I pay you by 10th. Pay salary, recover the money from the staff, get KRA having money, then you say, how much have you made? We are paying 500 million to them. How do you pay the debts first and before you pay this? And they don't care about the morale of the employee. The employees have got school fees to pay. The employees have got to get transport to their place of work. The employees have got rents to pay. The employees have mortgages in the banks which they've got to pay. You don't care, and some of that money is supposed to be paid by 9th of every month. Today we are talking about 12th, and you have not paid them salary. If they are going to pay that money, they will be surcharged.
There'll be arrears.
There'll be arrears.
Penalties and interest.
So it is ridiculous. So I think, in my view, if I had to advise the government, I don't know how the economists are advising, but I think, yes, we must clear the debts. And these debts are not, they keep on telling us the debts because of the previous government. Those who are in the know talk about these debts picking up from the days of Moi to this date. So it's not a debt that you can say, you must pay today and clear. They will leave some of those debts before they pay. So I think it's not safe to go. And I think as trading leaders, I think we need to stand up and be counted on this.
But then, Benson, the PFM Act, and in fact, I think even the Constitution says the first charge from the consolidated fund should be the debt.
Yes.
So whatever money is there, first, when you look at the priority of things to do, first thing you do is pay debt. Even what the Deputy President was saying, we opted to instead of, it's not like they didn't have a choice.
Yeah, but
the law says you must first pay debt and then pay.
No, but if things are operating normally, what I'm talking about, the grants I'm talking about, ought to have been done
already in place,
and that money should be in the accounts of those corporations, in those ministries, because there's a budgetary allocation that was done in June last year, and each ministry was given its funds, which includes, if a budget was done correctly, should include salary for staff. So now you are not going back to say, look, we are not going to get money now from the treasury to go and pay salaries. The ministries should have the salaries. The Public Service Commission should have the salary. The Teacher Service Commission should have the money to pay. NITA, where I'm a board member, should have the money to pay. We are going through those problems. KBC should have money to pay. So then the commercial ones like Posta then must be charged to go out there and make business. The government need to enable them, give them enabling environment to do the business. That's all that is supposed to be done. So where we are now, I think there was just something that went wrong. We don't know what it is, but I don't want to relate it to the issue that we're paying debts. Debts have always been paid, but salaries were always paid.
Always paid on time.
I remember also in the middle of March with the supplementary budget. And as Mr. Kwaro says correctly so, all these things are put in the budget. That's why you have a budget. And that budget also includes debts, meaning money for paying debts is budgeted for. So it's not a question of prioritizing it.
Today?
No. It is part of the budget process.
Correct.
And plus, the debts, we said this in the previous hour, the dates when they are due are known well in advance. It doesn't surprise you the day before.
So there's something amiss somewhere we need to be told. I don't know how. This is a role that all Kenyans need to talk to. Yes, we have a role as trade unions in this country. We need to work together collectively. In some forums where I sit, we are working very hard on that. And so maybe I cannot conclude on what kind of action we need to sit as a quota board and decide the next course of action. But as you have said rightly, we need to get a way on how to take our position and tell the government that salary must be paid and paid on time. I heard you talk about the issue of strikes.
Yes.
Strikes has been a tool that we have used over the years. But in many countries, I remember during the COVID time, COVID came for the first time, and it was a big elephant. Where nobody knew how to handle. But we sat as a tripartite and said, look, let's get some kind of MOU that would mitigate these factors, because they were new to us. At that time, we thought maybe it will be 3 months time, 6 months time. It took years. But the MOU helped us to mitigate some of those effects, to protect employment. We've went to the level of suspending CBS, so that if that would help the companies to retain the employees, so that the wage burden does not become big. We did that. Now, during Okuria Tan's tenure at the Ministry of Labour, he thought that we need to look at an alternative dispute resolution, so that it is not only strikes that would work. And I'm a member of that team, and we have done so well in the public sector. That's why you have not seen a lot of strikes. But you remember early this year, the doctors sat with the Ministry of Labour and the
Health,
the county councils, and they said, we are paying. Yesterday, I saw them saying, look, we have not been paid months on end. So what do you expect the General Secretary of KMPUD to do, and yet is paid? Then he will have to call a strike. But then the problem, the government has become headed. They don't care. Even in a medical institution like that, there was some time when Oluga called strike for almost 5 months, and they didn't care. And then the trade union will be blamed, or you don't care about the health of the people. Yeah. But why don't you care about the staff, who are also our own kind of children? So when people sit on the table and agree and make an agreement that let's go back to work, but we are going to pay, let that be honored. If it's honored, then the trade unions will be able to come to table to reason.
But this is where the issue comes in, Bonokwaro. Every time we hear trade unions have entered into negotiations, a return to work formula has been agreed, and the CBA is going to be signed and all, and a strike is called off. The next time we hear the union speaking is the union complaining that the government did not honor the terms of our return to work formula, the terms of our CBA. We've heard it with KOTU, we've heard it with, not KOTU, with the teachers union, NAT, we've heard it with doctors now, we've heard it with very many others.
We've heard it with the what are they called? Other health...
the clinical workers, officers, nurses. We hear it all the time. So it's like the government has gotten to that point where, union, as long as you tell the union first your strike is illegal, then come we negotiate, then we return to work formula, and then you go back to work.
No, that may not be a right statement. We unions are Kenyans, and we believe in our country. And if I have a cabinet secretary, and we have maybe the chairman of the COG, for example, of COG seated in a meeting, and we say, yes, we didn't have funds, now we have funds. We are able to pay you next month. I think it's only fair to give them that chance, because we know how government systems operate. And that's why you see, if I talk about us in court, for example, it's only the doctors that are our members, and I think NAT is our members. These other civil servants are not members of KOTU. Yeah, so they operate on their own. They have a union called the TUC. So this has been an effort by government to try to weaken trade unions in this country. So during the time of that former CS, I don't know his name now, they were from Mombasa, I think he formed something called Puseto. We fought very hard, and it died somewhere before it worked. And then now, after it failed, he left the ministry, and then TUC started. Teachers, whatever were under TUC, they saw the need that TUC could not help them, because under the rules of this government, under the tripartite arrangement, under the ILO conventions and the rest, is that the most representative national center is the one that goes there. So NAT came back to us, and I think KUPPET has come back to us. Doctors are with us, nurses are with us. So we only have the civil servants and I think the university unions. And I think the government has also tried to create under the because of the freedom of association in the Constitution, to create as many unions as possible within one sector so that the whole confusion is there.
It's watered down completely.
We tried to go through, when we were doing amendment of the Constitution, to create the National Health Service Commission so that they will be under one commission like the teacher service. They completely ignored it because they want the unions to be weaker. That's why you have a nurses union, a doctors union, laboratory technicians, you have
clinical
officers, you have everybody else. Go to the universities, you have people they call non-teaching staff, university lecturers, all those kind of
academic
things.
staff.
They are mixed up. So as you do your negotiations, you find the salary structure for WASU, one for Kukudea and one for whatever. One for the doctors are also there in the same university, and this confusion is that deliberately, and they use the courts to register those unions, because you go to court, they say, look, you have the workers have the right to belong to that union. So what do you do beyond that? They are registered and they go there. So they got 30 members. Some of them I would just call them briefcase general secretary, and they are comfortable. Look at the teachers' unions. There's COPET, there is NAT. We have. One for the
early childhood
teachers, early childhood. We have one for the special needs. And there's one which I think the ladies also started to break away from that. I don't know what the name. So all of them are started so that definitely to weaken the unions. So what are we supposed to do if courts cannot help us? Because once you go to court and you lose it, of course, we normally go up to the Liberations Court. If you have the power to go climb to Court of Appeal, you can go up to the apex court. But that depends on your capacity. You are struggling with the little money that you are getting, which the employees have not been paid. Once they are not being paid,
they can also limit their membership.
You can't limit the membership. So now the unions are weakened. So we are going through a very difficult
catch-22.
It's a catch-22, but we are struggling.
Bono Kwaro, we'll invite you again so you come. And we now talk about how then can the unions rise up, right, and be able to then address all these challenges. Asante sana for joining us today.
Thank you so much. I wish it could have been longer.
Yeah. Benson Okwaro is the Deputy Secretary General of the Central Organization of Trade Unions. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be back tomorrow, Thursday the 13th. It's 10 a.m. Time for the news.
The House, Kindiki will be responding to, among others, a question by Gilgil MP Martha Wangari, who sought to know the shortage of birth registration materials, also known as B1 forms, in health facilities across the country. A question by Mandera South MP Abdul Haru, who wants to know the progress of the establishment of civil registration centres in every sub-county in the country. CS Kindiki will also be answering a question by Kirinyaga Central MP Joseph Kitari, who asked to know the outstanding warrants of arrest from Kagumo police post against a certain individual, as well as the emergence of criminal gangs or groups affiliated with terror groups in the country. In making the communication, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said he will be making announcements every Thursday on which CS will be appearing before the plenary. Now, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has now questioned the readiness of President William Ruto to address the grievances raised by the opposition through talks between the opposition and the government. Sifuna, who is one of the 7 representatives of Azimio in the dialogue, has mentioned 3 things that make him doubt the Kenya Kwanza team, emphasizing that all issues will be addressed in Parliament. The second is the inclusion of Eldas Member of Parliament Aden Kainan, who was elected through the Jubilee Party, which is part of Azimio. It should be noted that among the demands of Azimio is that rebel MPs resign and seek fresh mandate from the electorate. He also raised concerns with the exclusion of cost of living as one of the areas to be addressed by the bipartisan team. Now, political parties are scrambling for members in Siaya County, with the Movement for Democracy and Growth MDG and the United Democratic Alliance launching separate membership drives to bolster their numbers. It would appear to be a move to make inroads in an area believed to be the Orange Democratic Movement stronghold. Grassroots officials of the two parties, members of the ruling Kenya Kwanza Alliance, separately say that they are out to prove that the area is supporting the government. Speaking in Sega, Ugenya constituency during the launch of the MDG recruitment drive, party officials Joseph Olali and Sylvester Wire called on their competitors not to interfere with their program, adding that their party stood for peace and development. Olali, a nominated member of the county assembly, said that MDG targets to register a minimum of 10,000 members in Ugenya constituency alone, after which the exercise will be extended to other constituencies in Siaya. And the Labour Committee at the Kisii County Assembly has started hearing a motion to remove the chairperson of the County Employment Board, Nancy Mwamwange, and her 5 commissioners who served in the government of Governor James Ongwae. The committee, led by Nyacheki Ward Representative Naftal Onkoba, started hearing the arguments presented by the complainant Brian Atika and the lawyers of the board officers, led by Wilkins Ochoki, who blamed the committee in favor of the complaint. Some of the issues raised by Atika are the board hired workers without following the law and failed to make clear the entire process of hiring workers.
For any infringement of a procedural right, substantive right, or otherwise, we have done that in the past. We shall do it again. You are not the first people we have appeared before, and you are not the first people to behave like it. So we are aware of this bill. Be the chair who promised us the ruling, give us the ruling. If you don't have it, say, I'm sorry, there was no ruling in the morning, I'm going to give a ruling tomorrow. Issue number 2. An issue as I reason. In the morning, if I heard you well, you asked council to give us documents. And we indicated we were going to get those documents to find our response.
And 2 companies, Whitepath Limited and Regas Kenya, have been slapped with a fine of 5 million shillings each by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Whitepath is reported to have failed to comply with an enforcement notice issued on January 10, 2023, while Regas Kenya has been non-responsive to a notification of complaint sent to them on October 27, 2022, a reminder on November 11, 2022, and an enforcement notice on February 16, 2023. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner is said to have received nearly 150 complaints against Whitepath for unauthorized access to mobile phone contacts and unsolicited text messages sent to these contacts. Whitepath staffers were also accused of harassing the complainants and their contacts, whose information had been irregularly obtained from the complainants' phone books. This is Newsweb. Dennis Acedo. Good morning.
More of the classics and the hits you love. Classics and the hits you love.
You play the best music.
94.4 Spice FM.
Pull it up, cuff it up. Back to the music.